Psalm 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
A new command I give you. Love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. By this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another.
Saints of the living Lord, how's everybody doing out there? This is Brother LaShawn Hako-Bush. And, we're going to be talking about a few things this evening. Welcome to the Brothers Dwelling in Unity video podcast. This is just a group of Christians that have decided to get together, also veterans that want to glorify the Lord and edify the body of Christ. We're going to be discussing, a bunch of different topics today. And we'll read off the agenda. We normally like to start with the reading of Psalm 133. All right, that's what I was looking for. We are live. There we go. We're live. And we are sharing to a couple of different groups. Let's share this live feed to the Brothers Dwelling in Unity Facebook page. Let's try that again. I hope everybody's doing all right out there. I know it's a lot going on in the world, right? Why not get on and talk about it? Build up the body of Christ and glorify our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. This is what the saints were born to do. This is what we love to do. And we're going to do it. And it is our prayer that the Holy Spirit is with us as we embark on this endeavor to do so. I wonder why I'm having a problem there. See if I can get to the page another way. All right. I'm going to make a post. We're waiting for a few of the brothers to join us. If you're watching on, God's blessings to you and your families, to everybody. Again, we're going to talk about things that are relevant to the world and Christians in general, right? So if you could join us, ask questions in the comments. We'll do our best to get those questions answered. Again, we'll get started in a few moments. Just running through some administrative tasks. Thank you for your patience. Talked with our brother Mark Anthony. He'll be joining us in a few moments. That's what I was looking for. All right, so the Brothers Dwelling in Unity live feed has been posted on the Brothers Dwelling in Unity Facebook page. And we'll share it to a few additional groups, right? Why not? Why not? I'll tell you, you need a degree to navigate Facebook. all these upgrades, all this technology these days. All right. Think we got somebody joining us. Who could it be? Drum roll. Z-Can 1. Let's see who it is. Oh, still just me. All right. You got to have patience. You got to have patience with technology.
Yeah. I tell you.
Right. Yeah. What's going on, my brother?
Much. Let me see here. Got it. Okay. Let me get
perfect time and every time. Oh, there we go. What's going on, brother?
Not much. Where the rest of the brothers at?
You know what? Bill is possible. I think he has some stuff going on. Mendez is going to join us shortly. I know AJ, you met him last week.
Right.
He is he's working right now. He said he might try to stop in. Abel said he's going to try to pop in. He has some family stuff. They're 3 hours behind on the West Coast.
Right.
And I talked to Jack last week. He mentioned he might drop in. We'll drop it. We'll hit him on the line and see if he can join us. But what
about yeah, okay, all right.
Well, whoever else, we're live. There's an audience. We have an agenda. Whoever wants to ask questions, they can ask questions. If it's just me and you, my brother, right? Or,
then we just got to tackle it.
Look, I was prepared to do it myself. I
was supposed to be somewhere else tonight, but change of plans or whatever. So at the last second, so
God is good.
Yeah. So I guess we'll find out what happens for the rest of the weekend and stuff like that. So how was your week, man? What'd you get into?
It was good. I took the day off today. Went by pretty fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a full week for us, right? There weren't any holidays. I think last week there was a holiday. if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Right.
So, it's good week. Quality of life. Knowing to take that knee is essential.
Right. I'm
How
trying
much
to busy week, real busy up until the last second, but my schedule is never nothing is guaranteed and nothing is off the table. So doing stressful stuff, but I think things I'm learning new ways to deal with this new economy, with the business and finding new techniques that I think is going to help to make things
Okay.
different in the future and stuff. So inspiration, encouragement to start looking at some other things too, like the add to what we got going on, like as we've been discussing with all of this new stuff, some of which I never even knew about. So I'm still learning a lot. So yeah, everything. I guess we're here though. So we just keep driving on.
Absolutely, my brother. Absolutely. And definitely grateful to, be in your company. I know you have a wealth of knowledge that you bring to the table in life in general, but specifically when it comes to real estate. And, definitely interested in hearing your God-given perspectives along those lines. Do you have a group of people that you network with, kind of that mentor you that you can go to when it comes to real estate concerns?
Yeah, I do connect with a lot of different people in all different aspects, not just like the thing about real estate, it's like a machine. So I have a plumber that I deal with. Then you have the pest controls side of the house, and it's like all of these moving parts. So I'm constantly learning, so that I can mitigate some of the costs as well, just, working things in-house and stuff. So just this week, I was speaking to another gentleman, and he's doing really good with the real estate and stuff. We face a lot of problems, but his problems, is on a different scale than mine, because, a lot more real estate. So I like to engage guys that are doing a lot better than me. In fact, there's some guys that we get together every so often, and we just go out to eat, and we just sit around and we just socialize about the different things. And what's cool is that, again, we just all different scopes. Some of these guys got hundreds of properties and stuff,
Okay.
just learning the different ropes and, new laws. There's some new laws that were introduced, or ways that the courts deal with certain types of individuals during the eviction process. So I reached out to another guy this week, and we kind of talked around it a little bit, and I got some information and stuff. So I think that connecting with people is definitely good. I did that live video earlier this week where I
caught a little bit of that.
Yeah. I felt like it was long overdue for that video there, because I've been real quiet. I stayed out of the public eye. I really keep my page. It's weird, right? Because people think that I do a lot on Facebook, but I really don't. I really just keep it. I talk about like certain topics, and I keep, I'm rarely posting myself up there. And then so what happens is that, I engage people in the community and different things like that. And, I think people started thinking that they had me figured out,
Okay.
making little funny comments and stuff. And, this business, people think that like they just see what they feel is the good side of it. They think they don't understand how much work actually goes in like that. I never underestimate, like even a guy that does stock, I'm gonna be honest, it's scary, right? When I think about the amount of information that these guys actually have to read and deal with on a daily basis, you have to ask yourself, am I willing to jump into that? And can I keep up with that? And so I think when people, they look at real estate and they think, oh, guy owns real estate, just collects rent and just sits on his butt. And they don't actually see 3 a.m., 4 a.m., in the office, up all night, tired, back up at 9 a.m., calls, city code enforcement, inspections, taxes, it's so much taxes, school taxes,
Right.
county taxes, and you're doing all of this, and you do this for every single property. Tonight we had a furnace that was down, and it was after hours, and we had to try to deal with that in-house, to make
Got
sure that tenant, that family had heat, and everybody's problem when they talk to you or they talk to your staff, their problem is more important than anybody else's, and we understand it's business. So, when people see you do something for yourself, they have little comments or the stuff that you normally would see out there, and they don't understand how much we actually are involved and what we really have to deal with. And us, honestly, if it wasn't for networking with good guys and having good character, to be honest, I could have failed like years ago, just in this business, especially with the moratorium and stuff like that. So, it's good to have good connections. Just like how look at this, 20 years later, we're still talking. A lot of us brothers,
Do you remember that it was one of these rotations? We might have been OCs, and I think we snuck off and we hit the class 6, and it was me, you. I forget the rest of the guys. It might have been Tarpley, but it's those memories, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those memories that I recall. The brotherhood.
Right.
20 years later, we're still here.
Yeah, and it says something also just about the fact of how many of us, like I can't even imagine how many numbers. I've never tried to count, but how many brothers that we serve with, that we literally connect with, and we speak with. And I know veterans that that we've never served with that are out there that don't know any veterans that they talk to. Like, they don't have any connection with those guys. But for us, our unit was just unique. I think that was a different world for us, And, yeah, I mean, honestly, with all 10 years of service, I don't think anything is comparable to the brothers that we served with. We were like a big family, through the ups, the downs, the fights, the crazy things like that, and people should hear about some of that stuff, because honestly, they only get the one picture with the media shows, when we actually do stuff, right? But they don't hear all the other stuff behind the scenes and stuff like that. So, I mean, just sitting around with the MREs.
We're here to bring, the military culture to the world and give them some insight, let them see, what it was to be a soldier, specifically in the unit that we served in. And, they don't know. You may have had family in the military. I think Dad served, if I'm not right. But, if you don't have family in the military is another world.
Right.
You have no idea. I didn't know anything about the military. I got a grandfather that served, but it was like it might have been on Mars, right? Because once you in though, that it seems like that's all you see, especially for us. Stationed overseas in Germany, right? Out of sight, out of mind, right?
Well, and was it Frostbite 99? Was you there for that when we was it the Freeburg training area?
I was probably serving in HHC. Unfortunately, I have to say I probably missed it. I was driving Hemmets for running my mouth too much as a young private. They made me drive trucks and headquarters company. Time of my life.
Oh, so okay, so you was a little warmer than that, just a little bit warmer than everybody else during that time, because that was. I mean, but it's those things, like being in those environments, like it was frostbite, like literally the vehicles were stuck to the ground. I mean, how do you freeze an entire vehicle to the ground? It can't even pivot steer out of it, right? That was, it's those times. Somebody, I can't remember. I wouldn't even put their name on it on blast anyway, that lost their boat when we was in Hornsfeld and Sergeant First Class Zadra. Man, he smoked the whole platoon. The boat, and we did the whole, hold hands and map the earth and trying to find this boat, and it was some. It could have been an LT. Or like the Sergeant Jackson, when he would hop up on the vehicle when he got mad, and he would just go in, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's like, all right, Sergeant Jackson's up there, we just better listen, because he used to go in, but those things is what helped to develop us, you know what I'm saying? Like when I remember when you know, it was time for me to ETS or, you know, to leave from the unit or whatever, you know, to come back to the States. And, you know, all of the guys got together and we got in a big room and just sat there and they were talking about, you know, yeah, I remember when Sergeant Cullen was coming down the hall and like, it'd be like, and they did that for all of us, obviously, some of us more than others, you know, but they knew when you were coming, it was like the Darth Vader music, you know, the Imperial music started playing, you know, hey, Sergeant isn't on deck, you know, and everybody's running to their rooms. And, you know, back then we had those CRT televisions that you could hear that buzzing sound if you were real good. So everybody would turn the TVs off and, you know, try to pretend they wasn't in the rooms and stuff like that. But it's all of those funny things that when it's like, once we get away from the duties portion, you know, you sit around and you talk and, you know, even though these guys are privates or whatever, those stories, those things are what, you know, people love. And that's what brings us together. This is why we can talk, you know, all these years later and have so many stories and actually talk about the same things over and over again, to be honest.
It never gets old. Never gets old.
Never gets old. Like when I was finding like a lot of those old books, like the K4 book, which to me, I still like, okay, so we have this campaign, we wind up here, and all of a sudden there's a book that's the size of an encyclopedia that they give it to you. But is this planned or what? How does that happen? You know, and I was like, you know, you don't even ask these questions when you're like 18 or 19 or 20 years old. You know, you just get this book and you're like, oh, it's a cool book. It's got all of these foreign militaries in it and all this crazy stuff, right? And then when you look at our age, you're looking at it and you're like, how did they come up with this book and hand it to us as we were walking in the door, right? So it started making you wonder how much, you know, how far in advance the military was thinking about, you know, these things before it was announced that it was going to happen. You know, did we predict we were going to wind up there? You know, and then of course, obviously K4, we ain't gonna even discuss all the crazy stuff that happened over there. So
we can get into all that.
You was in first platoon over there, right?
I was, yeah, I was in first with Sergeant First Class Michelson and who else? We had Sergeant Medina, right?
Yeah, Sergeant Medina.
We had trying to remember, was Goat Zinger there? I don't think Goat was in True Blood. Sergeant True Blood, right? Sergeant First Class Wolf. I think we had Sergeant Phillip at that time as well, right? Wasn't Phillip? I don't remember Phillip. He had
who was that? Who was the other big dude? You know,
Williams.
Yeah, he was there. I remember. Yeah, I remember Sergeant Williams. Yeah, I see him around on Facebook here and there.
Yeah. Good brother, man. Good dude.
He's
I'm not sure if he's still serving. He might be wrapping up his career. I think he had a break, not to put his business out there, but I know we're brothers. We can do.
Yeah, you know what I've been seeing in a minute.
I'm scared you will.
Is you know was it Sterling? I haven't seen him in a minute. I used to see him on Facebook. Is he off Facebook now?
I thought he retired out of Texas. I thought he purchased a property and got married, and you know, so he's doing well. Last time I heard. Oh, look who's joining the show.
Oh, it's Mendez.
Francisco Mendez.
What's going on?
I'm gonna share this to a few groups. If you see me down here, that's what I'm doing. And then we'll go over the agenda, and we're gonna have great dialogue tonight, my brother. Great to have you here. You know, we started this together, right? Now Mendez is having problems.
It's great stuff. You know, like what was it? At the time when we were signing up, Bad Boy Records was hitting, Rockefeller, right? And then, you know, you see where they're at right now, and then look at where we are, right? We just in a different lane, but we still rocking, right? You know.
Hey, my brother, some of those brothers that started off with those labels, some of them are not around, and some of them are around. Some of them aren't doing as well as the Saints are doing, right? You know. So, hey, you know, we got a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah. Especially given everything that we survived and been through. You know, we've been through a lot of the brothers been through a lot of stuff, you know, with the, you know, just ETSing, traveling, you know, different units, different engagements. Military, very stressful, you know. But you know, sometimes I wonder, like, where's Sergeant Major Bragg? You know, his guy, because I remember I was his driver for a little while. And I wonder where guys like that is today, you know. And I'm sure we've lost a lot of guys. You know, over the
some
years.
guys I reach out to some of the senior guys, but we can still do that, First on Johnson, Sean Poole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those guys, I'm connected,
Yeah,
we're connected.
Yeah. Sean Poole is the greatest, man. Cool guy. His laugh. I mean, I tell you, he was a good guy, man.
He talked very loud too. He
hey, you know what? That was that confidence. Hey, you knew when he was look, he was that guy that when you walked to the company area, you knew he was there. Even if you didn't know he was there, you were gonna know he was there.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute, my brother.
Yes. Yo, Mendez, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Trying to get my video going.
Okay.
Sorry about that, fellas. Hey, is that Francisco Mendez?
Yeah, he's trying to get the video up.
Okay, cool. It's to the bottom left, right to the right of the mic. I'm sharing, we got to get this administrative portion down. I'll tell you guys, we got to get this, it's only the second episode for season.
Are we soup sandwiches? Are we soup sandwiches?
eight up for our military brethren, right?
Was it, they say a football bat?
Gotcha. We're gonna get it together. But we're here to uplift the name of Christ.
Doing good, man. Listen, you know what? I don't want to get it together. You know why? Because we're doing us. Like, everybody follows the script. Hey, this is how we do it, man. We show up 5 minutes late. You know what I'm saying? we get off script. You know what I'm saying? We start talking.
You saved the audience because I was about to get on my pulpit tonight, and you were meant to say that. I had this platform. I said, I got 2 hours, maybe 3 of dedicated time. I'm going to speak my mind. But Sean Huckle, you saved them. You saved them, man. I'm telling you,
hey, that's what I was talking about in the video. I had, I was talking to this guy, Lauren Gullifer, who's on my friends list, and I was trying to explain to him that that's the beauty of the way we do things, is that we hit it. And honestly, it's like freestyling, you know what I'm saying? Because some of the stuff I don't even be knowing what we talking about. I just, I be in this mode. I keep this on my desk,
For inquiring minds, does that caricature, is that a caricature of somebody that we know? Does that represent?
Well, I'll be honest, this thing is called the Loyal Subjects, and it was like this little toy that I saw. And I saw this pig. He's supposed to be a business guy that's from some Netflix cartoon. But I was like, man, that looks like me when I get the call. You know what I'm saying? I was like, so I put it on my desk as like a, little funny thing here, because it's like some days, man, I be feeling like that.
So just for confirmation, Mark, that is not a representation of number 45.
Oh, no. This is me. On a good day, especially when I get like 3 calls. Like, listen, man, I had some squatters in a rental, and the guy texts me in one of the apartments, and he tells me that there's people in the house and he can't get them out. And it was like his ex-wife, and some other people, and he called the police. So I go out there, and the police told, obviously, that they didn't have to leave because they had been there more than 30 days. He's mad. The lady's got a whole bunch of dogs in there. It was a nightmare. That was this moment at like 3:30 in the morning,
Gotcha.
So that's the part of the real estate that people don't, see. They just think that, oh yeah, you just collect. And that's not actually true either, because, you don't always collect. You really do have to, I want to say he's a mentor, right? somebody that is doing this real well. Like he said the other day, you pick and choose your battles. You got to know when to throw the, you know, throw the whole gauntlet, and sometimes you just got to be willing to listen. You know, so it's really strategy. You know, I mean, I've made a lot of bad decisions in this business that, and then when I look back, I go, I should have never did that. You know,
Right.
and I think that happens in any business, but I'm dealing face to face with people every day. And
That's
every day
experience.
is a crisis. Everybody's in a crisis, and everybody's crisis is very important to them. You know,
Right.
Hey,
God has you in a position, brother.
Hey, real quick, Colin. Now you touched that real quick.
You can't wait. You can't interrupt, Mendez. We got to give you the proper introduction, brother. Right. Without further ado, brother.
without further ado,
Mendez, the number one.
you know what it is. This is my battle buddy right here. My battle buddy, man. We was out
the blue right there, brother.
Brother. Yeah, brother. You got your floor.
Hey, real quick, Colin, you ever looked at? I know you say you do real estate in your area, right? Have you ever expanded, or you just stayed in that same area?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Eventually, I'm gonna be expanding out of here. You know, I definitely don't want to just stay here. But I haven't looked anywhere else just yet. But I know that there's some landlords from here that have already picked up and went to Florida. I know Tennessee I hear it's got some good markets out there. You know, so I definitely want to look at some other places too. I really, you know, this is an area that I consider like Chicago, you know, without the extreme amount of guns. You know, is the poverty is the same, you know, the mindset, you know, it's a lot of problems, socio-economical problems in this area.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I never heard of Altoona, Pennsylvania until you know, you mentioned it, man. To me, you on the map, and you might be taking over.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I never heard of it too. You know, and I tell people this. I don't want to be disrespectful. No offense to Altoona, Pennsylvania. You know, I love you, but I tell people that it's like the armpit of America, because it's like it's out of sight, out of mind. If you don't really know this place is here, you don't know it's here, and it's because it's so far in the state that it's like the suburban sprawl is not going to get here. So where like the Poconos, for example, would have been Altoona 25 years ago, there was nothing there. And, you know, when, you know, people were migrating from the tri-state area into there, and, you know, the development was huge, and industry, even though people say that industry is not coming to Pennsylvania, but the Poconos is like a nightmare right now. I mean, that is like Chicago. It is now, you wouldn't even know who originated there if you were there, with all of the different races. And Altoona won't face anything like that for many, many years, decades. And it's just because of how deep in Pennsylvania it is. So like, it's kind of like its own planet, the mindset, the vibe, everything is different. So for me, I would honestly, if I get the opportunity, I like to own real estate in what I would consider a middle class to upper middle class area. We're just where the mindset is different. Not to say that people here don't work hard and different things like that, but I think anybody in Altoona that I know, at least business owners and non-business owners, we all have a certain understanding of what we're living amongst and what is going on in this area.
But you know what, Mark, if I may interject, you cut your teeth right in Altoona. So that next market that you go into, like you said earlier, you're not gonna have to make those mistakes, right? You got that experience. You know, so I'm looking forward to seeing that next season where, you know,
absolutely.
I have this dream when I walk into a hotel and they ask me, what can I do for you? And I tell them, I'm the owner of this hotel. You can give me the suite that exists, right? A luxury hotel. That's, I don't know how we're gonna get there, but you know.
I like that. Yeah. And you know what? And just just to cap on this guy here, like, because some people will see this and think that this is a representation. This is satire to me. This is me having fun. You know, And, you know, because you really, we better than anybody on the planet, except maybe, you know, maybe some of the kids we grew up with in the hood. Oh, you know what it is. Oh, hold on one second. I got something.
Don't tell me I'm the only one without a caricature.
I'm gonna once Column's done, I'm gonna give you the story of Parcerito, his story.
I'll give you guys a story about this guy later as well. And yeah, oh yeah, we got some more. You already know. You know, we learned in the back of the 5-ton. I think that one of the greatest lessons in life, a lot of them, we learned in the back of that 5-ton, being hauled with 20 or 30 guys, you know, just piled in there like sardines, knowing that we were getting ready to go into miserable situations. But we were laughing, you know, we were making jokes, you know what I'm saying? And we were completely just, you know, idiots, right? And just having fun, you know.
And whoever was in our way, they better have moved out the way fast, right?
Yeah, I mean, and those situations, it developed a lot of us. So then when you turn around and you come out into the real world, you know, we absolutely can take and deal with things that normal people, you know, civilians, a lot of civilians wouldn't be able to handle. I get told every day that they're like, people, I don't know how you do it. You know, man, my hat's off to you. I don't know how you do it. There's people that say, I don't even want one property, you know, and it's just, again, it's just because, and it's nothing wrong with that. Everyone wants comfort, and no one wants to deal with aggression on a daily basis, or to constantly have to listen to somebody else's problem. We all just want to deal with our own families and our own lives. We don't want to hear everybody else's story, you know? So, right. So I think that 5-ton, who would disagree, right? That 5-ton, right? You know, what are we not learning there?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Wait a minute. You know, you see what's going on here?
I don't even grow nothing here, man.
Listen, when Brother Billy finds out that the Mountain Man was on the Brothers Dwelling Unity show, and he chose tonight not to show up, he's going to blow
He'll
a gas.
show up. He gonna pull out the phone.
We know you're watching.
I apologize for interrupting. It sounded like you had a good stream of thought going.
How you doing, brother?
Brother, good, man. Really good. Hope
Thank
y'all
you.
are doing well as well. Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble getting in, a couple of technical issues. You know, I'm definitely not the techiest guy in the world for sure, but we got it figured out.
You don't need to know tech to pull a trigger, right? Hey.
Yeah, exactly right. That's about as high tech as I like to get.
Okay, and just to make sure we all, Mark, you know David Mark Klein.
Absolutely.
David Mark Klein, you know Mark Anthony Cullum, right?
Absolutely.
Yep. How you doing?
Okay.
Brothers from another mother.
You, man.
It's good to see you too, brother. Hey, everybody told me to get rid of my thing, and because I had it all, and then see now I'm jealous.
Yeah, I don't make it. This is as much as I grow right here. So I'm, you know, so
Mendez looks like he just joined the military. He looks like he just joined. Actually, he had more hair when he was like 20.
I know. I have way to grow a lot.
He always had it. It was always smooth, you know what I'm saying, trimmed.
Oh yeah, I saw those.
Let me call Jack here.
Yeah, I'd love to speak to Jack.
Hey, let me tell you a story about Parcerito over here, right here. This right here, my daughter gave me this before I deployed to Afghanistan, right? So nice. Parcerito went on every mission with me, right? He was always, I used to put his head out of my cargo pocket. His head would stick out. So every time I went on patrols or anything, I had Parcerito with me on that whole part on it. But even in Afghanistan, I didn't do a lot of patrols. I used to jump around sites in different locations because my squads were attached to different units. But anyway, when I got injured in Afghanistan, I got medevac, and guess who stayed behind? Parcerito stayed behind in Afghanistan. So I got medevac on January 27, and we didn't reunite itself back to March. So whenever the unit did the consolidation, they had to do the inventory, shipped everything back home, then Parcerito showed back home. So he has more combat time in Afghanistan than me.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
a tough teddy bear.
Yeah, that's why he's still wearing his gear. He's ready to roll anytime, you know.
Yeah, well, this is my bear here. I think your story takes the cake, man. Yours is the real deal, and you can see he actually has dates on the back. And this bear actually, I got him. You know, I don't know if it was like a PX in Kuwait or something like that, but he pretty much was on every mission, in a Hummer of somewhere, and he traveled for the entire duration, 18-month deployment. So yeah, my kids love him, you know what I'm saying? Got the little boonie cap on, and you know, but
Awesome.
yeah, he got the dates, and you know, and it tells you what day he did his first convoy, first patrols, you know. You know, a lot of guys, people, this is another thing that people don't realize, like a lot of the guys that just civilians meaning don't realize that a lot of vets sleep with the bears, and especially like I was seeing a lot of guys were getting shipments of their childhood bear, you know, something that they just that connection, you know what I'm saying? You're in a crazy situation, you know, and so for a lot of guys that was like a comfort, because it was like a portal to back to the, you know, homeland, you know.
Absolutely.
Just like we would put out, you know, pictures of our families up in the vehicles, you know, because hey, if we're gonna get hit, the last thing you want to see at least is your loved ones, right? You know, so we
That's good.
Know it a lot.
Amen. No, thanks, Mark, for sharing those insights that are unique and only you know, soldiers have. Let's go ahead, gentlemen, and read the agenda. Right, we'll start off with Psalm 133. I know the audience is very interested in hearing each of the insights that God has provided each member on the Brothers Dwell in Unity show. All right, so any volunteers to read Psalm 133? We got to put it on the new guy. You know, David Mark Klein.
Boy, hey, you know what? My Bible is in my car right now. I'm going to a prayer breakfast in the morning, and I pre-staged it. I will have to go get it.
Okay. Well, you know what? We were talking about technology, right? Are you on a phone or you on
No, I'm on the phone.
You on a phone?
Yeah.
Okay, you could pull it up, but you know.
I could. If you want me to start hitting buttons and then end up like in the Twilight Zone somewhere, I mean, I'll do it.
We already lost Mark. You know, we all know Mark's coming back, right?
Oh, did we? No, I'm here. I think I must have pressed something.
Okay, all right. So I'll go ahead and read it.
I mean, honestly, I would tell you, I'm feeling pretty lucky to have gotten this to right here.
Don't touch anything, right? Don't touch anything.
Exactly. Literally, I'm not touching nothing.
We're all lucky, for former infantry guys, right? You know, to be able to be on this platform in 2022, right? This is a blessing, and you know, just to be able to operate the technology, you know, for old infantry gentlemen like ourselves. All right, we'll start off. This is Brothers Dwell in Unity, season number 4, episode number 2. We're going to start off by reading Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen and amen. We have an agenda today and you know, topics that we're going to discuss. Very interested in hearing everybody's take on what's going on. The global economy crisis, and we want to shout out Brother Billy Ray Parrish, who is not with us today. Thanks for throwing this agenda together. I think I have a typo here, right? It should say how to combat it, how to combat the global economy crisis. Cryptocurrency, right? Local farming. David Mark Klein, thank you for joining. I'm sure you can lend some perspectives. Real estate and other appreciated assets. Mark Anthony Cullum, you having a background, I'm sure you can give us some insights into how to leverage real estate to deal with the oncoming global economy crisis, right? The central banking system, Credit Suisse, and the Dutch bank failing, right? These are two large financial institutions that are part of the central banking system. If they go down, that's going to be bad on a global scale. So that is trending across the world right now, right? SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide International Funds Transfer, SWIFT. That's how money is moved internationally from nation to nation or central bank to central bank. There's some changes that are taking place that affect everything that's going on right now from a financial perspective. And then the company Ripple, right? What role do they play in this global economy crisis? ISO 222, another typo, I gotta get it right. ISO 222, compliant cryptocurrencies, XRP, XLM, XDC, IOTA, Algo. David, I know you sent me something a little earlier in reference to SWIFT and how they're talking about the implementation of this frictionless payment system, digital, payment system involving central bank digital currencies, referred to as CBDCs. All right, and then is this whole crisis, is this a coincidence, or is this being done intentionally? If it's intentional, why? Is it related to the mark of the beast, the New World Order? Right? Some of the saints seem to think that's the case. Interested in hearing everybody's perspective. Stocks, I'm starting to get the bug, Mendez, we talked during the week about stocks and stock options, and and how that's a whole nother world, right? That if you don't speak the language, you'll be lost. But there's a lot of resources that could be made, that can be leveraged in order to support God's kingdom and contribute to the construction of God's kingdom. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. The saints don't really care about finances and money. You can't take any of this stuff with us. We need it, but how are we going to leverage it to benefit the kingdom of God? That's the condition of the saints' hearts. That's what it should be ideally. This is a book, right? I don't know if anybody can see it, right? The only options trading book you'll ever need, right? Can anybody read that author right there?
Yeah, I can see it now. Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. Something Stoltz or something.
Russell A. Schultz, right? Stoltz. Russell A. Stoltz. Free advertising. Free advertising. That's what we do on the Brothers Dwelling Unity show. We got to get that right? We got to.
Yeah, no more free. No more free stuff. Come on.
I'll be compensated for that. But and then so we'll talk about options, calls, real basic stuff, right? It gets complicated. Calls, puts, various strategies. So and we're talking about these things because the saints are definitely coming up on hard times from a financial vantage point, right? We're blessed. We're all veterans. We're part of that 1%, less than 1% that has served their country. And, we were honored and all honored to have had that opportunity. And a lot of us are reaping the benefit of that, right? If it's not retention and probably if it's not retirement and or disability, then in other indirect ways, just from, receiving a stamp of approval from Uncle Sam, you may be able to open up a business, take out loans. So there's definitely a benefit, but, not everybody is as fortunate as we are, right? And so there's some ways, that we'll be talking about that they can get after, generating some income for their families and for the kingdom of God. What is eschatology and its significance within the Christian faith? Will Christians be raptured prior to the mark of the beast being implemented? Eschatology, the study of end times, right? What is the purpose of the Great Tribulation? We hear about this Great Tribulation, but do we know the purpose behind it? There is a purpose. So, we'll go around and we'll talk about that. And then, some lighthearted stuff. Kanye West and Candace Owens. By this point in the show, I'm sure everybody will, need a little break in the, Bible thumping that we're about to do. White Lives Matter T-shirts, right? Brother Bill pointed this out, and I had seen it earlier. No matter, was that you, Mendez? Did you send me that? Plausible denial. I like that. Celebrity influencers. Kim Kardashian fined $1.26 million related to promoting cryptocurrency. Why did that happen? The Security Exchange Commission recently hit her. Those are peanuts to Kim Kardashian, right? Tell a few soldier stories, prayer, and then an invitation to receive Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Absolutely. We'd be remiss if we didn't end the show along those lines. So that's the agenda, gentlemen. We're gonna go around the horns, see how everybody's doing. Some first timers here. Again, we got some more brothers that are gonna join us a little later, God willing. But if not, we have enough. It's 7:52. We're gonna go to 9, possibly 10. We might go to 11 if we're having a good time, right? Hey, I'm doing okay. Start the doctorate of ministry October 24th. Gentlemen, I am humbled, right? I got to give God the glory. Education has opened up a lot of doors for me, right? I wish I had been wiser in a lot of different areas, right? But I can say, the investment in education, it has opened up a lot of doors for me within the military and post-military, right? I've worked for the FBI. I've worked for the Census Bureau. I worked for.
You're not working for the FBI right now, though, right?
I'm not. I'm not.
I just mean right now. Okay, just checking.
But have you heard of DARPA?
Oh yeah.
Saints ain't gonna say nothing, right? But
Roger that.
Right, but so a lot of these prestigious organizations, because education opened that door. God has been good, so I now have an opportunity to sit at the feet of Christ and study the things of God, and I'm not taking that lightly. I just bought me a MacBook Pro, right? I was talking to Abel earlier. Treat ourselves good, right?
Yeah.
We got to do this work. You might as well enjoy it. And that wasn't cheap, believe me. But I'm going to put it to good use, and there's going to be a return on investment. Going through the divorce still, that's going to be finalized, right?
Season 4, right?
What was that?
Season 4, that's where we at?
Season 4, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. No, you just made that comment. I thought we were season 2.
Yeah, you know what? So we started season 3 last year in August, but we never did an episode. We were going through a lot. Right? So we had a lot going on. And even the first half of this year has been tough, right? Lost mom dudes. Had to make sure her life was celebrated. She was memorialized properly. And, I think Bill lost his father, right? Bill's mother had some health issues. Miss Parrish, good evening, ma'am, if you're watching. Blessings for the brothers dwell in unity. But by God's grace, we are still standing. Mark, you said it last time we were on. We're still here.
Yeah.
We're still here. God is good. And, as they say in certain forums, I'll land my plane on that, right? Go ahead, brother Mark Anthony. What you got, man? How you been?
I'm doing good, man. I think I need to hit the gym. But I think things are coming together. I've been planning a lot. So, it's just execution and just, it's not enough hours in a day. But, family's good. The mom's is visiting. Pops is doing okay. He had a stroke during the moratorium, but, miracle, he's still here, so everybody's just traversing life, you know what I'm saying? And just, just trying to get better every day. It's the same old story with me, because basically it's like 7 days a week. I'm active. I'm in stuff every day. So, so it's just good to have the opportunity to break bread again, you know, with the brothers and you know, start talking and reaching out. And I'm starting to see more people popping back up again. Like I said, I saw McCann.
Right.
You know, he
Absolutely.
popped up. I like to get some of those brothers on too. Some of the brothers that was, I think that'll be good for them. Me and McCann, we talked. Yeah.
Talking. It's a
Well, you know,
blessing.
for some of our brothers, you know, they don't really have an outlet to speak, you know. And some of them, you know, their family situations, divorce, you know, all kinds of tragedy. I seen one of our brothers lost his pet, and he's been dealing with that grief. You know, and losing a pet is a big deal. A lot of people don't realize that, especially if it's a support animal, you know. And
I think Bill lost a cat today. He called me, you know, so he's dealing with that. Prayers up, brother Billy Ray Parrish. Crazy.
Yeah, I lost my dog in 2017. I haven't had another animal since. You know, it's traumatic. I don't, you know, it just I would feel guilty to have another one, and I know that's not the way you're supposed to feel, but you know, that dog was just like my best friend.
What type of dog, brother, did you have?
Chocolate Labrador. And his name,
wow.
name was Max. Yeah, and
Max. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think I saw, you know, I'm connected to Mom on Facebook. I thought I saw Mom post a picture earlier today of a dog.
Yeah. Now that's her. Now she had two Malamutes. One was Sam and one was Chester. Chester unfortunately passed from cancer, but Sam is here visiting, and so he's hanging out at the other house, you know, with the moms, and you know, so
Family.
Yeah, I mean, our animals are our family. You know, I mean, they're iconic. You know.
Absolutely. So, no, actually, did you guys have pets growing up? Was that something that you had?
Yep. Cats. You know, we didn't have a lot of dogs. I had a dog when I was like real young, but cats are real big in our family.
Gotcha.
You know, everybody in their cats. You know,
I've had a few cats.
Max was the guy though. He was the guy.
Again, condolences, brother. Sorry to hear that.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll go to Mark Anthony. I'm sorry. We'll go to Francisco Mendez. The order switched here.
No, everything's good.
I think we can navigate. We can move these windows around. We'll
Sure.
move it around.
No, everything good. I mean, keep tracking, doing our regular thing, hustling like always, trying to make moves, and family all doing great, and just looking forward for this new month and what it brings. I'm getting ready for the next year already, prepping for new goals for next year, entering fall. So you know how it is. We always prep 90 days out. I always keep my military planning always in my real life. So we're planning now for fall. For spring. What's going to happen in spring? So stuff like that. So seeing how things changes around the currents and just maneuver through them. And Charlie Mike.
Okay, appreciate it, brother. And looking forward to hearing your God-given insights and perspectives as usual. Brother David Mark Klein, aka the Mountain Man. You know,
most
first
days.
of all, we served together in 136 Infantry.
Yeah, well,
everybody knows that, you know, there was a few imposing characters within a unit, right? You know,
sure.
Mark, how tall are you? About what, 6'4", 6'3", 6? Yeah.
Oh no, I'm like 6'5", 6'6".
6'5". Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, David, you're about what?
4.
6'4".
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So these two were some of the biggest guys in the unit. You didn't want to get into it, you know. Better have a plan. Right? But welcome to the Brothers Dwelling Unity Show.
Thank you,
David.
I appreciate it. You know, you just caused me to just remember, you know, thinking about the Spartans, and the most amazing thing about my memories of that unit, it seems like everybody you talk to from that era, especially from the first deployment, really the second one as well, but you know, everybody speaks of it like it It was the best and the worst unit they had been in since before and after, all at the same time. Worst unit, best unit. And yeah, I mean, it's like, that whole Army thing about like the best unit in the Army is the one you're going to, the worst ones you just left. But the Spartans was the best and the worst simultaneously. And it's just some real stellar leadership and some real crappy leadership. Some amazing men and some real turds too. But after all these years, there's so many that I'm now back in touch with because of social media and other reasons. And it's just, it's such a huge support. It's such a big part of, recognizing and remembering where I come from. Because I'll tell you guys, I don't know if it's the same for you all, but in many, many ways, my life before Spartans is almost like it doesn't even exist. Yeah, I got memories, I got things that I can lean on, but mostly it's like, my 2 deployments and then my time after that. I mean, that's really who I am today still. It's like I've just grown out of all those things that I became through the course of those 2 deployments, and then and struggled with a lot of it, and spent a lot of time repairing a lot of damage, but also spent a lot of time embracing a lot of that growth and appreciating really the toughness of it, because it was certainly tough. There's no doubt about that. It was a tough unit to be in. It was a tough deployment. Both of them for me were real tough. But now, relatively speaking,
in 05.
Yeah.
2003 and 2005.
David, when you got to 136, your
Say
face
again?
right there. I got your face, but I really don't have a lot of memory of what
you remember a guy driving around posting a BMW with a neck brace on? Because everybody seems to remember that guy.
I think everybody in Germany had a BMW.
One guy with a neck brace. What year you got there?
I had a 316.
Yeah, I got there in just early 2002, I think it was. Okay, we were still doing the guard walkarounds. The
housing area.
Yeah,
no, your face is definitely. I definitely know your face. But
I'm kind of covered up.
On that bed. He have
I'm saying when I first looked at the Army pics that he had, I'm like, I know the face. I know him. Because I remember the scary face. I'm like, okay, I remember seeing you. When I looked at that face, I remember this guy. He's the scary guy that I used to like. Man, he's big guy.
Well, David, thanks.
Those roving patrols, man. That was terrible, man.
Yeah, it was living in the mothballs.
That was terrible. Them 8 hours on, man, and 10-degree weather. Whew.
And walking around with loaded guns on the streets of Germany and freaking everybody out.
I'll be honest. I think a lot of the things that happened in my life after the military were planned in those boring roving patrols. When I was like sitting in there, and then you like be rotating in and out of the heat shack, and it was and you would just be trying to make the time go by, thinking about, man, what am I gonna do when I get out of here?
You hit it right on the point, because I remember talking to Bush on those patrols about OCS. And I remember him, and I told him what worse can happen on that part. And then later on in life, when I found out, I was happy. But even my boys from the CAF can tell you, when we will be at the Crow's Nest, or even in Kosovo, calling me, you and I, how many times we stand in the tower up in the hard side and go through some crazy stories and what we want to do and not do and stuff like that. And then, but yeah, you're right. And I think that is one thing a lot of people in the military, they make a lot of their life decisions through those time of meditation. I had a soldier in mind just from my last deployment I'm not even gonna get on that one, but let's put it this way. We had 3 soldiers before, right, that came up to me, or their squad leaders, and said they didn't want to deploy. During the whole process as we're going through the train up and all that stuff before we deploy. And I told him, man, you got the right to do that. I mean, I'm not going to judge you differently if you don't want to get on the plane. I'm not going to judge you differently if you decide not to deploy with us. I just want you to know that all of your brothers and sisters here are going to get on that plane for you to have that right to stay back. I just want you to remember that. You know what I mean? So when they get on that plane, just be thankful that they gave you that right for you not to get on that plane. I mean, what's going to be for possession is up to you. I'm telling you, when I did that speech, they'll get on that plane. And those 3 were the best ones doing those deployments. You know what I'm trying to say? They came back, they were stellar, they did their job, they were able to, because I mean, and they're brand new kids, you know what I'm saying? Kids that came just through the Army, first deployment, first thing on it. And even us, me when I deployed, because I remember when you guys were deploying, I was in Gießen getting my final out paperwork. And I remember there was a soldier in front of me, and he's like, go ahead, I'm waiting on somebody. They let me in. I out processed, they gave me by that time it was the green stamp in German. I remember, hey, you got the green stamp? The lady put the green stamp. This guy walked in. Did he got the stamp? The lady's like, yeah, okay. He turns right, everybody outside, report back to the unit, stop, loss, stop movement. Dude, I got my stuff out of there that night, and I went to, I stayed at Frankfurt, and I flew the next day out of the States, and I was going recruiting to San Antonio on it. So I didn't deploy with you guys, but what happened is when I got to San Antonio, literally they told me, hey, I sent that report, hey, you got to go up 2 hours notice before you're deploying, because you're not school qualified yet. You're deploying with the CAF. I'm like, you gotta be. I rather my guys, you know what I'm saying? That I already had trained. I'm going with a brand new unit as an E6, and you know what I'm saying? These guys already been through the training cycle, and now here I'm going to jump into something. And so what I'm trying to say with that is this: one thing with us ourselves is that we have that time, that mentorship within ourselves. You know what I mean? And we still do it right now to this day, 20-some years later, which is great. You know what I mean? As that we can think the stupidest things out of our head, and we can actually voice it out and get it out of our system. And somebody next to us, we be like, you know what, that's something like that, or something weird. So, but we able to come up with a brainstorm plan out of nothing, when other people just get bottled up on just simple stuff of life, you know. And then for me, it was hard to adapt that. When I retire, dealing with in the civilian world, boy, I was like, these people, I'm like, what's wrong with them?
I was still that way.
Dude, but I went to, they called me to Amazon to be like it was an area manager, right? I went in there like I was a staff, I was on first class. And they're like, oh, hey, son, thank you for your service. We'll call you. We need. Just 3 years later, Simon got a call, right? And they told me, it's like, hey, it's a whole different mentality. You know what I mean? And it's hard. It was hard. It still takes, like you said, it takes a lot of time to get into that mentality, to adjust it. And to learn one day, you know what? People here are not shooting at me. Yes, I'm in Chicago, but they're not shooting at me. I mean, somebody gets mad at me, they're just mad at me. Or they just mad at the situation of the company or whatever business transaction. It's not me personally. It's not like in combat that somebody's trying to physically hurt you. You know what I'm trying to say? Once I got that on my head, dude, everything went great.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn that one. But I'm adjusting to understand that the type of business that I am in is different than anything else. And because I do take a lot of stuff personal, you know, being in this business. I feel like, you know, you feel like everything is happening because people are trying to mess you over because of the way the transaction is set up. And it's not that way. If you go in the store and you take something out of the store, you get arrested, you get charged. You know, somebody doesn't do what they're supposed to do here. It seems like there's loopholes in the law. It works in the favor of the person that is disenfranchising you. So I'm trying to get to where you're at. And every day is, you know, I'm trying, you know.
And you know what though, Colin, now you say that though, for me, I had to get myself in a stressful situation to feel normal when I first got out. You know what I'm trying to say? It took me to, then I ended up picking any stupid job I could, you know what I'm saying? Just to deal with people. You know what I'm trying to say? And try to deal the whole aspect. And I was stressing myself so much that I ended up getting vertigo. I ended up in the hospital for 2 nights. You know what I mean? Because I was putting myself in a stressful situation because I wanted to. But then I looked at my household and I'm like, you know what? No. So let me take a trip. So we do like little goals, little stuff like that. But you're right. I do understand your point. And that's what I was asking you earlier, if you're looking at expanding, because the good thing you did is you learn in that environment, in that stressful environment. So anything that comes to you now when you move to a different area, you'd be like, oh my God, it hit me.
Yeah, because you know what, I got into this after the military and right after Iraq deployment. So my mind state, you know,
Mhm.
you grow up in Harlem, and then you wind up in the military, and then you wind up in combat and in the infantry unit, and then you wind up back in the civilian world. And I was already, my mind was still in the fight everyday situation. So the beginning years that I was in real estate, I was always like trying to just, get this, and I mean, really taking it personal, going door to door, not doing anything illegal, but you understand, like, I mean, you guys already know from just me being in the barracks, my size intimidates people, for good reason, because y'all seen what happens. It happened in the barracks a couple of times when guys got in the way and things got rolled over, And the thing is that yeah. I'll be quiet. We'll stay. What happens in the barracks, stay in the barracks. But no, and so the thing is that honestly, I took a lot of things. I was taking a lot of things personal when I first got into this business, and it was just like I got in it with the same naive mentality that everyone does when they read a Rich Dad Poor Dad book. I was just thinking, oh man, you just buy a building and you just collect rent and get rich, completely not thinking that there's people in the world that would just absolutely, sign up, get a credit check, get into a place, and then just don't pay the rent. Like, so I took it personal. So I'm still learning, every day, even after all of these years, that don't take it personal, and reflect on what my family has, what, things I've had to go to provide and where we are, and
you know what, Mark? I got you. I got your solution right now. Get ready to write. I'm gonna send you a paper. It's gonna say PCS order. So I'm gonna move you out of Forscom into trade off. I'm gonna get you out of the line, and I'm gonna move you either to a net shop or to be an instructor. All right. So that way, get that reset time that you probably never had, because I had a great sergeant major called Samuel Candelares. If you're ever listening, he is a great mentor. At Windsor, at School of Julio's, my first rotation as an instructor over there, I got bad reviews from the students left and right. You're talking about these people are high quality within the countries, and they're rating me bad. And I'm like, what the heck these people think? He told me, hey, don't worry about it. It's just students. They're gonna come through. They're gonna graduate. They're gonna go back. You're gonna get a whole new bunch in the next cycle. It's gonna happen. Go to school, find yourself, and don't worry about it. This is
don't take it personal.
Yeah, it's not a combat unit. You know what I mean? It's not my. And then I remember myself as me for how I was trying to play the system. I never tried to play my NCO. I was playing the system. You know what I'm trying to say? So I'm just saying, try to use those as a guidance wise. Yeah. You know what I mean? People are not really doing when they want to play you. They're just playing the system. System's there.
Yeah, they're playing the system. Yeah, and honestly, I'm part of the system, and I'm actually a gatekeeper, right? I'm in the way.
In your defense, I'm just gonna speak this, and I'll pass the mic. You're from Harlem, man. We don't play with money. We don't play when it comes to money, right? Harlem always making it, right, Brooklyn?
Yeah, but both of you should know you're both from you're from Harlem and you're from Bronx.
I'm from the Bronx,
right? But what I'm saying is both of you involve both of those locations. Right. You know what I'm trying to say? Because both of you came like me. I came from all of us here. We come from one location, and we have evolved that location. So no matter what position in life we're in, hey, where you from? I'm from Rio Grande, Puerto Rico. Right. You're from Harlem. You're from Bronx, Arkansas. For David, you know what I'm trying to say? Everybody. Say again.
Hey, real quick, I just want to welcome AJ to the show. AJ, can you hear us, sir? AKA the Crypto Man.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Well, welcome. We're just having fun talking about military and what it has done for us, with the journey it has allowed us to take. Again, thanks for joining us. I know you're out and about, but Brother Billy's not with us. We're going to go ahead, gentlemen, and get into the agenda, if that's okay. Anybody have anything they want to communicate? Maybe I'll cut somebody off.
Marklin, you got your teddy bear with you, man?
You know what? He's out in my shop.
And you know you
Yeah.
got.
It's
I
up
mean,
the
because
road a
we
little
already
way.
have introduced teddy bears, and we know Bush now has got to get one.
Yeah, I can
You know
bring
he's
him
got
next.
one in the stash.
got
I can
one
bring him
already.
next time. I got him up there.
He's
He's got his Velcro name tape on there and
Mm.
his boonie. And
Mm.
he went out quite a few little ruck marches with me. And I think some major one time was going the other way and he made a smart comment. And I just kept stepping, didn't say a word to the guy. And yeah, he's up in my shop right now.
You know, we talk all the positive stuff. Mendez, was you with me that day when that captain walked by? I don't know what captain it was, by a chow hall, and we played the salute game, and I was just not feeling it that day.
I remember that they went up to you for
That happens in the Army.
Yeah, I was just not in the mood that day. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was like one of the butter bars or whatever. I think it was a captain, but it was, I don't know. But those moments happen too. Those were like cool moments. You know who we got to get on here? We got to get
more than captains. We all know this.
Listen, we got to get Stevenson on here, man. You got to catch up with him. We got to catch up with him.
He's still out of California.
Yeah, he's still out there. And he's still making music, and he's still doing things. He was like the company rebel. He did his own. He was on his own drum beat, man.
I remember playing a basketball game, a unit basketball game with Stevenson. He had the long baggy shorts. He had some skills. He had some talent he brought to the table. All right, well, gentlemen, let's we got a lot to talk about. Let's begin the discussion. We're talking about global economy crisis, right? What is going on? A lot of people believe that the economy is getting ready to crash. Some indicators of that are the central bank Credit Suisse and the Dutch bank, right? I guess we need to define the difference between central banks and commercial banks, right? Commercial banks are public facing. Central banks are, banks that do business internationally, and then typically they represent countries, right? I just looked that up on Google, so I'm sharing that like I'm smart, right?
You say that. Come on.
Absolutely. So, but if the central banks fail, it affects the economy on a global scale, right? There's some contributing factors or things that we need to be mindful of, right? When we talk about money moving, SWIFT, right? The Society for Worldwide International Funds Transfer. This is how money has been moved, I want to say, since the 50s, if I'm not mistaken. They put that system in place where there's a message that goes out to the receiving bank. The receiving bank receives the message, and there's some allocated funds that are held in these accounts referred to as nostro accounts, right? There are trillions of dollars in these nostro accounts. And that's an issue in of itself because this money is essentially on standby for the purpose of facilitating international funds transfers. But the issue is that that money could be put to use. It speaks to the liquidity, right, within the financial market, the global financial market, right? If those funds weren't tied up, they could be used to do other things, right? So we're in a process right now of moving away from SWIFT and the old financial system and how things are being done. That's a fact, right? That's not the Saints' perspective, or this is a fact. Mark Klein, David, you sent me something a little early that kind of spoke to that, right? What did you send me, David?
Well, I mean, in that article, I kind of breezed through it. I knew you'd be interested. Had the hashtag XRP in it, and it was talking about how the SWIFT system is now developing. They've done an experimental preview of it, and I think they're looking at implementing their own digital currency system, so that will translate back into sovereign currency. So, you're in Germany, you buy a pint, you pull out your card, and you pay. Well, I think as it is now, like somebody has to borrow, money to cover you, and then your bank has to pay them back, and then the money physically eventually has to actually transfer and all this stuff. Where the SWIFT is looking at saying, hey, we got tokens, we got blockchain, we're going to set it all up on a blockchain digital currency system now. And which I think is probably, personally, I'm not that into it, so I don't know enough about it really to speak with any depth. But one thing that I don't like about it is I know at that point there is a ledger history of all transactions, and to me that's a little beast system sounding. No man may buy or sell without he doesn't receive the mark or whatever. Well, how can they tell if I'm buying and selling but unless they're tracking every single transaction? So I buy that pint, and then the velocity of money, the turnover of the cash, so I buy that pint. The guy sold me the pint, goes and gets a haircut. On his way home, he gets a new tire, and then a tire guy goes home, he buys a pizza, and that money's just flowing through that economy. But every single one of those transactions are tracked into that ledger. So it seems to me it's an expansion into the global order, not just away from the old order and the old way of doing business, but a push forward into this much deeper monitoring of all transactions worldwide.
The very great breakdown there. Thank you, sir. The world is changing, saints, brethren. The world is changing. This is an urgent message that we are putting out at this time. You will be surprised how many people are oblivious to what is going on in this very hour right now. When it comes, and it's significant because there's biblical implication on many levels.
I'm just inspired to bring up, just say one thing here. I've heard many people talk about how, every generation thinks it's the final days. Every generation thinks it's the beast system rising. 1,000 years ago at the turn of that millennium, they thought it was going to happen then, and it didn't. But there's one major distinction for our time, is that it is legitimately happening on a global scale now. And the infrastructure is there, the hardware is there, the software is there, the political capital is invested in it, the agreements, the treaties, and it's literally worldwide this time. Whereas all these other ages ago, it was regional. Well, it was around the Mediterranean, around the Aegean, or in the East, or whatever it was. But now, for the first time in human history, the physical technological infrastructure is literally in place to facilitate such a thing. And that has never occurred before. Even within the last 20 or 30 years, it hasn't been here. But now we're getting to that place where it is physically in place.
Very, very good points. And, so the question is, now that we understand that it's a very high likelihood that all the things that God has warned us about in the Bible in reference to the end of days and the mark of the beast system, right? We'll talk about eschatology, right? The return of Christ and the study of end times, that great chapter within Matthew chapter 24 that talks about all the things that are going to be occurring on the earth right before Christ returns, right? Wars and rumors of wars and, nations rising against nation, and then the abomination of desolation. All these things are taking place if you have eyes to see and ears to hear. And we're here to warn the saints, to warn the brethren, right? To take certain actions. If we want to survive, the mark of the beast system, the new world order, right? There's a lot of believers and individuals in the faith that believe that Christ is going to rapture the church being all those who believe, before the beast system gets implemented fully. So right now we're starting to see the birth pains, but there's a strong perspective that merits closer examination as far as compare scripture with scripture to determine truth when it comes to that idea that the church is going to be raptured. So if you believe in Jesus Christ, if you placed your faith in Christ and you've accepted Christ's sacrifice for the atonement of yours, for the payment of your sin, right? And only God can give you that, that belief, because, right, faith is a gift from God, right? How's it go? It goes, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you and your household will be saved. And then faith comes by hearing, hearing comes by the word of God. It's a gift, right? Not of yourself, lest any man should boast, right? Faith is a gift, not something that we have acquired because of any good works that we do or any, because we're married. Matter of fact, I was in, there's a scripture I posted earlier to my timeline. I want to pull that up. I'll share the screen real quick. And it really touches upon this point, right? It's called, David, I think I saw you supported. I appreciate the support.
We got some, I got I think a question in here. I think Susie was responding to what you were just talking about. If you want to answer.
Yeah, please. What you got, Mark? Sister Susie, thank you for the support, lady. How are you?
She said the Antichrist comes after the rapture. Your opinion on who do you believe it is? Is he here now?
You know what? I have, I guess, a perspective. I believe through scripture, we can, it says the son of perdition will not, these things will not take place until the son of perdition is revealed, right? And again, can everybody see my screen here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see.
You see it? Can you guys see that? Okay, so you can see my Facebook page.
Right.
Okay, so we'll definitely address Sister Susie's question. Thanks, Mark, for paying attention to our viewers, because we don't have a lot, right? We don't want them to, go away. But back to the point that we were discussing, right? I made a post, who believed in the saints before we were even born and set us apart for salvation without merit and to perform good works for the Lord's purposes in accordance to his grace and glory. God did, right? We read in 2 Timothy 1 verse 9, who have saved us and called us with an holy calling, not according to our works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given us in Christ Jesus before the world began. Right? So even before the world began, God already identified certain individuals that he was going to save and that he was going to set apart for good works. Right? We're not saved according to how good we are or according to how good we can be. But there are levels of faithfulness when it comes to those rewards that we will receive once we cross over to the other side of glory, right? How well did we stick to the plan that God had for our lives, right? We're going to be rewarded according to that. But as far as that salvation, that was totally God's business. He identified us beforehand, and we're doing what we're doing now because God did what he did. Right? Not trying to earn our way to heaven by, offering good works of service. The works of service are a result of God imparting the Holy Spirit. Just want to share that. And then I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Okay. Okay. God did. Shout out to DJ Khaled, right? Doing his thing.
Those artists are doing this thing. He's a good party promoter.
Did he get a star? I was looking at that earlier.
I think. Well, my opinion is that he's a good networker. He doesn't do anything.
He knows a lot of people.
He was stationed in Freeburg.
But shout out, but respect.
Was he stationed in Freeburg?
No, I'm just saying networker. That's where we come from.
Yeah. Network's pretty good.
Hey, Mark, you know what I always do say to myself? I caught myself, sometimes we get on these platforms and even with these celebrities, sometimes we forget that these people are human beings, like we might find ourselves in circles with these guys, right? And I got to remind myself.
No. They might find themselves in a circle with us.
There you go. Yeah, we got it.
If they're
Yeah.
lucky.
Yeah, if
It's
they're
not
lucky
lucky.
enough, I can give them my life insurance policy.
You know what? I want to speak to that in a second. 'Cause I got a story for that, right? But my point is that a lot of times we look at these individuals, right? And they're almost like unreal. They're almost so far removed from us being able to touch, and maybe not so much to you, because I know you may know a few people, right, from the industry in New York City, right? And I've seen the pictures with Smooth B from the famed Nicest Smooth, right?
Dougie
But
Fresh.
Dougie Fresh, right? Ken, right? From what I cut that zero, get with this hero. Let's go. Respect Dougie Fresh, right? Old school, still performing to this day.
That's my
If I'm
uncle.
not still, there you go. Okay.
I was in the studio when he was putting out some of those tracks and a lot of the videos.
Let's go.
Actually, if you pull up the 1986 interview, the kids that's on the stoop, that's me and my sister and a kid named Stanley Blackett that we grew up with, and we're bebopping on the the stoop, and then he does like an hour-long interview right there.
Okay.
So-
So you have an appreciation for the fact that celebrities that have this, you see them on TV. I know myself. I've had to catch myself when it comes to just speaking on somebody and not being mindful of the fact that, listen, you might have to give an account, for what comes out of your mouth, right?
Right.
And so that's all I'm saying. We're all men,
Yeah.
we're all human beings.
Well, this is what in this day and age, what I'm happy for is that we have this opportunity through platforms like this, because what happens is the world wants you to only see these people. They pick out and select these people and put them in front of the world, and your design is based on this. And so what happens is when we get to do this, we get to be the person. We get to be out there, and somebody can look at us and say, you know what, I don't want to rock with that guy. I like those guys over here, because the stuff that we were talking about in the beginning, you don't see that in documentaries. You don't see that, we're just giving you our real life. This is not scripted reality TV talk. This is just real experience that runs deep. And we have rich histories prior to the service as well. And then you get to see what happens after. So this is like an autobiography. Like people are getting to see that. Where a Kim Kardashian, some of these people, they don't even have a brain cell, but they make a whole lot of money, and the media just says, "Hey, you know what? Like just like Kanye West. I mean, not taking away from the music and stuff, but to be honest, like I'm really tired of seeing the pictures and the same stuff over and over again. It's not like he's the only one out there. And it's not even music anymore. It's like it's propaganda, and we just keep talking about it. And it's like, we're forgetting real people out here exist. And that,
influences. Are we going to talk about
what did Jadakiss said? He said, why didn't that guy that played better than Jordan get a shot?
Right.
And
right.
It's just the connection. It's even happening. There's some girl that she's a video game streamer. She's doing amazing things. But the IGN magazine credited somebody else with doing what I already saw this girl do months ago on a video game named Elden Ring. She finished it like using a dance pad for a controller, but they just recognized somebody because the mainstream media, by the time they thought they had figured it out and they were going to celebrate somebody, this girl that didn't have the right connections, she had already completed this. So look at Gunny Sinatra, Stevenson, right? He was the greatest soldier in the barracks, but man, he made some good music.
Yeah, he has some bars.
Right.
He has some bars.
I came right out of the military and flew right to California and put the demo together and got signed at my first show.
Right.
I mean, what would have happened if I didn't go to Iraq? Who knows? I probably would have been on that God Did album, right there with Jay-Z and those guys, right? Because I was already in the mix.
Mark, we've had Alex Herrera on the platform. DJ Mills, shout out right out there in Miami. I know you guys ran in the same circles and did
we did a song together. We got a song, Beretta Blues.
There you go. Okay, we got you.
It's bad as above.
Yeah,
we got
Blues. It's above average. Yeah, we did that. We was already doing this stuff.
Absolutely. Shout out to Junie Brown too, another spitter.
Junie Brown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Barracks rapper for real. and you know what? It would have been nicer, man, if we could have all got a track together. At one. But like I said again, so much talent that came right through that Barracks. But we were serving our country, and there's nothing that doesn't. That's not sunning what we did. I mean, that's just the lane that we was in. But the media at that time, before internet and all of that stuff, they had already said, hey, you're going to look at Biggie Smalls. You're going to look at this guy or that guy or and so you get lost in that. And then now today, you could be an NBA young boy and literally be on house arrest and sell more records than Michael Jackson.
That's a great segue for this one point. Then we're going to keep it moving. I just want to caveat off the NBA piece, right? When I was younger, I wanted to go to the NBA. I had hoop dreams like a lot of minority kids because of exactly what you said earlier, Mark. This was what we see. We didn't see a lot of successful people who looked like us, but we saw the NBA players, we saw the rappers, right? So a lot of minorities gravitated towards that. Well, God was talking to me at a certain point. He said, no, that's not what I have for you. You're gonna have to put that down. I was dedicated. I was at 14. Let me tell you, I was being a grown man. I was, but in my own head, but God said, no, that's not what we have for you. I said, all right, Lord, got it. And when I went to high school, and it hurt real bad to see everybody talking, how nice they were, and they're trying out for the high school team. I went to Truman High School in Co-op City. And I just be sitting in class, listening to, my peers talk about, how nice they were. And I'm like, I'd put you to rest real easy, right? With the talent, that God had allowed me. But I knew that I felt strongly that was not what God had for me. And so fast forward years later, I got a uniform on. I'm a company commander for the San Joaquin Recruiting Company out of San Joaquin, California. That's the county. I had 8 recruiting centers underneath me. I'm a captain now, right? CIB, Combat Infantryman Badge, Afghanistan, right, as well, right, as a captain, as a battle captain. I'm backstage, I'm getting ready to give a speech, and somebody walks, I guess in front of me. He's real tall. I didn't recognize him. I assumed he was a basketball player. And I had the uniform on. I said to myself, you know what, LaShawn, I know you have an appreciation for basketball. You used to want to be a basketball player yourself. You used to want that lifestyle, right? But you got this uniform on. Don't disrespect the uniform right now and be a male groupie, right? And ask this guy all about, what it means to be a basketball player, how, that his journey. And maybe, maybe I was doing the most, I don't know, but there was something to me that said, don't do that. Don't put this guy on a pedestal like that. Well, here it is, you've had buddies that have given their lives for the country. And, to this day, I say I did the right thing. That was the right thing. Nothing against, homeboy and the gentleman who, chose that path. Maybe, he could be doing great things for the faith in that lane, right? But for me, God called me to a different lane, and, I don't have any regrets for it. Look what we're doing now. So just wanted to share that.
No, that's good. I heading real quick on the comments. I
was just going to say, shout out to my aunt, Yvonne Lockhart Covington. She has a podcast too, and she's been supporting us. And one of these days, man, would like to get her on the podcast, and I'm sure that we can get on hers and you know, she'd be a great guest. And
I was
she-
wondering who Yvonne Lockhart Covington was before the support. Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Covington says, people are looking deeply for change, wanting to get unstuck, wanting their opportunity to make a difference in this world. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Mark, you said something earlier. This is a platform we can, use to talk about anything. And we got a couple of topics that we're talking about. Mendez, do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to, just on that specific comment and question, in my perspective, you kind of hit it in the story, the scenario you just give on it. And it's right. People always looking for the opportunity to make a change in the world. But sometimes we forget we got to get the opportunity to make a change within ourselves. You know what I'm trying to say? So we say one thing from local to global. That's one thing I like always preaching. You got to start locally and go globally at that level. How are we ourselves? Are we doing a self-check, a self-evaluation of what we want to be changing on it without on it? And it's just what when you get on the plane, you get the safety brief on the plane, the air mask comes down, put yours first and then help your one next to you. You know what I'm trying to say? So what I mean by that is like, we have to constantly be doing a self-check on ourselves, on our goals, our like for you, I'm gonna put you real quick, Bush, as an example. You know what I mean? You had since we started, I want to pursue my doctor's degree thing. A lot of things between season 1 that we started doing this to now happen in your life, right? You were able to overcome them, able to confront them, but you never lost your focus on what your end goal was to start that doctor program. And you said it earlier, October 21st, your start date. You know what I mean? You stay focused, stay raising. That's a lot of things in life. A life for us is going to come. I mean, you can put something on paper right now. I'm going to do this for 2023. I don't like those New Year resolutions. I like day resolution. You have to do it daily.
That's funny. You know what? You just said that, not to cut you off, Bush. I'm sorry. In that video, I just talked about New Year's resolutions and how that just is a bad thing. It's bad. And it was supposed to be a brief video, but that's what I was addressing. Everybody, every year you're coming back, and every year your New Year's resolution, it never lasts. You just got to get up and do it. You know, you got to figure out what you're doing, what you want to do, and you just got to get out there every day. And I teach my kids this. I tell them that, every 30 days is a cycle, and you got to get on that track and run around it as many times as you can. Like, that's what adult life really is, right? We run around that track as many times as we can every 30 days, and then it starts over again. And as you get better, you make more money, you get more houses, that's really how simple it really is. It's just, are you doing the work?
Yeah. That video you did, Mark, was great. Because literally, I heard that like at 3 a.m. something. I get up like that early sometimes, and I was like, okay, something happened to Mark. What's going on here? But you know what? You said, hey, I know how you said this. Everything you said there, it hit everybody that heard that video, did a self-check. I did a self-check on myself. You know what? He's right. Stop BSing, stop talking, stop acting. You know what I'm trying to say? On that whole point. So I do appreciate that video that you did, because it made me and my certain things that I got, I got to get myself back in track, because, because you get focused on different things on it, or you get complacent, or you get lazy, or you like, oh, this Netflix series just came out, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to put that away. Let's do this thing. It's already there. So I do appreciate you doing that. Believe it or not, just like I told Brother Bush before, when he used to do his little sermons too, like that, those little 5-10 minutes, it will always hit on the spot on certain things that I'll be going through. So you'd be surprised how many people you touch and you got it the right way. And I do applaud you, and I thank you for that time. That
Mark, I'm going to say respect to you for your service and for the things you've done after service, for the way that you care for your immediate family and your extended family, brother. Nothing but respect. Let me give you a salute there, brother. I mean that from my heart. And I'm sure everybody on the panel feels the same way, because that's what men do. That's what heads of household do. That's what the Spartans do, right? It's all about family.
And when I was doing that video, I knew I was gonna, if people like Mendez, he understood the video, but there's people that looked at that video and got angry because I'm challenging you. So I was talking directly to people that I cared about and maybe I didn't care about, right? This is it, man. Like, and a lot of people don't want to hear the truth. And somebody, so, you know,
It hit home to a lot of people.
yeah, everybody's putting the memes up and they're saying these things, and you know, but the reality is that no, it's just go out and do it. You know, stop talking about what's gonna happen in 2 months, you know, and just wake up and just do it.
Yeah, but gentlemen, I want to make a connection here to the topic that we're on, and that's the global economy crisis. Mark, you live in a somewhat, I guess, urban area. Is that safe
Right.
to say?
Yeah, it's a city. It's small.
Okay.
It's only 50,000 people.
Okay. So now, Mark Klein, you're in a very rural area. Correct.
Yeah, about 30 minutes down the dirt road. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm legitimately in the woods. I'm the lake. I've got a couple neighbors. I see them probably in the spring, and then I'll see them again in the winter a couple times, and that's it.
I'm moving to where you at.
Hey, but you know what? I want, if I can, I want to touch on something there that just to spark into my brain when, you know, we're all talking, because we're talking about global collapse. We're talking about end times. We're talking about Revelation, the second coming of Jesus, you know, and I think a big mistake a lot of well-intentioned good men have made, will make, and are making is this idea that, well, I don't got a plan for the next 20 years then. You know, and I kind of went through that on a personal level many years ago. And it's like, you know, you have to pursue at least two tracks. You got to be ready. You got to trim your wicks, keep your lamp ready, but you also got to be ready to last a long time. Because we don't know. Say again?
We have to be ready to occupy until the Lord returns.
Absolutely. Right? And I mean, like, we don't know when this all comes. It could come in a year. It could come in 10 years. It could come in 20 years. I doubt it. I don't see 20 years, but I didn't see 20 years 10 years ago. I didn't see 5 years 10 years ago.
I don't see 10 years.
No, I don't either. I don't either, but we never know.
It's like a year or two away. Personally, I think the Lord's going to pull us up in a year or two. The way everything's going, and everything you said, Mark Klein, is exactly, we're all on the same page here. That's the Holy Spirit, because one person has this piece of the puzzle, the other person has this piece of the puzzle, or this part of the picture. We're bringing it all together on this platform, and we're able to see the big picture, right? And this is one example of that, gentlemen. Mark, you're in a very urban area. You're in a very rural area. You're a landlord. You deal with tenants who are part of the lower rung of socio-economic society, right? Big words. Big words, right? Let's go. Not bad for infantrymen, right? Mark Klein, you are, you're not faced with, a large population where if there's a crisis, people are going to be, at each other's necks, and the crime, you are preparing your farming, agriculture, you're raising your animals, and Mark, you're a business owner, you own property. You have to deal with people and lack of resources. So what's going to happen when this economy collapses from both vantage points? Well, how do you deal with that? How are the people from those urban areas, what are they going to do? What preparations are they taking?
We're already in a collapse. It's already collapsed here. It's already collapsed here. I have tenants that are getting 12 months of rent, and their bills are all paid. I have one tenant that I'm evicting right now that I personally paid her electricity, gas, water, and trash. Okay. And her rent was covered for 12 months by the government. And she sat there and she did nothing. And then she said, I was homeless before I came into this program, and now you're going to make me homeless again. That was her response, okay, to having a nice 2-bedroom apartment with a balcony overlooking one of the busiest streets in Altoona, hardwood floors, immaculate apartment, right? And she had no bills. The only bill that she had, I mean, is whatever she wanted to have, like cable, whatever. I covered everything else. And so when I say that it's already collapsed, you have many people that are going through these programs and they're not doing anything. And so what happens is they're being released right back into society. And once you use the program once, you can't use it again. So now what does this woman do, right? What if she has no resources? I don't know what's going to happen to her after this eviction is finalized, right? But she has to leave. She's going to eventually have to leave. She has no job. And it's not that she can't get a job. She could.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure there's people hiring, right? There's
yeah, I
plenty
just
of
think
jobs
that,
available right now all across this country, but so many people don't want to show up. They don't want to do it.
Right. They don't want to do the work, and then of course, this is where I become this guy because everybody gets mad, and wants to blame me because I'm taking my legal process when you don't do what you're supposed to do. Right. I want you to stay there. I want you to just pay your bills and do what you need to do so that I can do my job, pay my employees, and make sure that you have a good living arrangement. What else do you want from me? I'm already paying all of your utilities, right? I should only have one gas bill, right? And one electric bill, and that should be for where I'm at right now in my personal residence. But hey, you know what? I'm covering yours. And in return, when society gives and gives and gives, and that's when we talk about the government just wanting to give everything, right? So I'm starting to question whether the program is even good, because how are we helping this young lady? How are we helping the 4 other people that I evicted last month that were going through the same process where they were given a government stipend and they sat there for 12 months. And at the end of it, the government says, hey, listen, your tenant, we're not taking care of any rent for them going after this month. And you let the tenant know, hey, listen, you're on your own. The crutch is being removed. Are you ready? And they're not ready.
And that's that's a federal program, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know
This is money that came from the government. This is Joe Biden, put this money out there. Okay. Governor Wolf, got the money approved, and we got millions of dollars, and people are jumping on this, and they're just sitting there.
So you got people taking advantage of systems. Go ahead, David.
If I may, I think you're living through the personified example of giving people fish versus teaching them to fish.
Right.
And that's a biblical principle. We got to teach people how to fish. And I'm all about giving somebody a fish for even a few days while I teach them how to fish. But I think that's a 2-part deal. You got to give them the fish and teach them how to fish. If you just give them the fish and walk away, they're not going to be able to catch their own. You're going to have to go catch. You're going to have to keep giving them fish. And at some point, after you've given, and maybe you can bring them even all the gear to go fishing. But if you don't spend the time to teach them how to fish, if they don't have the enthusiasm, the self-respect, whatever it takes to pick up that gear and pay attention and learn the process of how to go out and get those fish themselves, then at some point they're just going to go from one person that'll give them a fish to another person. And they're going to keep going up and down the shoreline until somebody just stops giving them fish. And then they're going to get hungry. And then maybe when they get hungry enough, maybe they'll go back and start looking and say, hey, you know what, maybe I need to do that. So I think maybe there's still opportunity for, and if I may, I think something that I've really been focusing on a lot in my personal life is being thankful for the traumas, being grateful for the difficulties, for the suffering that I've been through, as that is the greatest teacher I've ever known, is Absolutely. These slaps in the faces, these wake up calls, these difficult times, this discomfort, so the discomfort in that man's belly or that woman's belly from not having a fish in it may be what she needs in order to finally say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and learn how to fish.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, there was a soup kitchen that's local here that when the COVID situation was at its height, they stopped allowing people in the building, and they would do where you would just get in a line and you would get food at the in your car, and it would be open from like 11 to 12. And it was weird, right? Because I would, I would go to the line. At that point, I'm like, you know what? I mean, they were giving us good food, pasta, hamburgers, all kind of stuff. And, you just tell them how many members of your household could use food. And, and they were giving out this, this food. So I was there every day that I could, I even had an employee that would show up there every day. And I would see police officers literally in their cars, they would stop in and grab a meal and stuff. And that's great because honestly, they deserve to get anything that we can offer as well. And so I had a tenant that sat in my unit for almost 20 months. He sat like pretty much from the beginning of COVID to the end. I mean, it took 3 evictions to get him out. But one day I asked him, I said, it's so weird. I never see any of my tenants in this line. And it's weird. And you know what he told me? And it hit me so hard that it was like, I can't believe I didn't figure this out. He said, why would I need to be in that line? I get food stamps. And I was like, he was like, I don't, because I was like, yeah, man, why don't you go to this line and you'll save money and then it will help you to pay your bills. And he was like, I don't need to be in that line. I get food stamps. And so what you saw was working class people that were working, but they weren't making enough money to qualify for any assistance, trying to at least mitigate some of the damage that was happening monthly from bills and things like that. You didn't see people that were in these programs showing up here, to these lines. And so it was just like, it just made, sitting in that line for 20 or 30 minutes, it was confusion. And I was like, I was starting to learn. It was almost like Rocky Balboa in Rocky 3 when he lost the mansion and everything. And he had to go back to Philly and he had to relearn, poverty and relearn. And his kid was getting beat up in school and stuff. And it was like, at one point he was just so high. And I was like feeling like Rocky at that time. I was like, wow, I'm like looking at police officers and firemen and, people, civil service workers are coming through. And prior to the COVID-19, everybody always thought, well, the soup kitchen is where all the homeless people go or where the people but it changed. When COVID hit, you saw the middle-class people there.
You know what? If I could just jump on that real quick, Mark. So point being, audience, it's getting hard out here. It's getting hard for the middle class, right? AJ, are you with us? Mark Klein, we're gonna pivot back to you in a second. AJ.
Yeah, I'm tuned in.
You tuned in. Listen, real quick. You have a bachelor's degree?
I do.
What's your bachelor's degree in, sir?
I have a bachelor's in cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity. You have some certifications?
I have a few.
You have a few, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, I hold a master's in cybersecurity, a master of science in cybersecurity. Glory to God. A bachelor's of science in cybersecurity, right? AJ, what are you doing right now? If you don't mind me asking, your occupation, if you want to share that. It's all of God's glory. We're testifying right now, brother. Let me encourage you to share.
Right now, I'm doing mobile gigs, man. DoorDash, Amazon Flex, and Uber, Lyft, all those mobile jobs.
Right. So it's not, even with a Bachelor of Science in cybersecurity, it's not that easy, right? In this economy, right? To land a job. There's some other factors, like if you have a clearance, again, back to that military thing, veterans have security clearances. In this area, if you have a security clearance, they're looking for, individuals with security clearances. But if you're not military or haven't had somebody sponsor you for clearance, you might struggle, right, finding a job, even with a bachelor's of science in a very popular field like cybersecurity. So people are going to have to start looking to doing these jobs just to survive, even with education.
They got to have different options. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I think one guy said something about there's jobs, but nobody wants to take jobs. And that's what's called the Great Resignation. And the reason why the Great Resignation is happening is because the companies, they don't want to pay. So that's why you have in the retail and the restaurants and all that other stuff, you have kids working. Because the kids, they just want money, right? They're not married or they're not obligated to that job, right? So if you go in there, you're gonna have a bad service. Period. You're gonna have a bad service. If you go to a McDonald's, a Popeyes, any type of restaurant, it's always kids working there. And they're the ones that they're doing the job because they just want money. But you can't find like somebody that is committed to like a job that's gonna work at these places because the jobs they don't want to pay. And that's why you have like the great resignation. That's why everybody's resigning and they don't want to work because inflation, stagflation, and everything is going up. Like you guys see, like gas prices is rising again because Saudi Arabia, they just up their game with the gas, and we're gonna have $5 and $6 again. It's happening right now. If you go to the gas station 3 days before, you see it was like $3.31 to $3.39. Now it's $3.76 plus.
Yeah, the trash company, the trash supply that I use, they've gone up, I think, $12 in the last 2 years. I gotta probably look at another supplier at this point because they don't even, before they used to actually go back and pick up trash if they, messed up or forgot somebody's trash or overlooked it. They don't even do that now. Now, if they miss your trash, you got to wait a whole nother week. And it's just because of the gas prices.
So why is this happening? And what can we do to prepare ourselves for what's coming if they are indeed collapsing the economy and the separation between the classes, is taking place. No more middle class, just a lower class and those that are well-to-do. What are some things that we can do?
Charlie Mike.
When you say we, you mean like you mean just any person just living in this type of environment now in the world?
I think we got to look at it from a couple of different perspectives. Mark, you're in the inner city. David, you're in the Ozarks, right? The rural, the farm. What do people who live in the inner city do in order to combat this economic collapse that's taking place? And what options do we have if you live in the woods, if you live in rural areas?
Well, I mean, if you can benefit from it legit and food banks but also give back. I think that if you're going to take from things, then you should be able to give back.
I don't mean to interrupt. You said food banks. Do you know that in some states, I believe it's illegal to feed the homeless? Because that's been a dream of mine to open up food banks, underneath the ministry umbrella. But I started seeing that they are making it illegal to distribute food. And there's a reason why that's taking place. And we're talking about it all. We're just, opening up doors a little at a time and digesting the food a little bit at a time. But all the stuff relates.
I think I suggested this to the local government that, if you're going to put a person in a property for 12 months and help them, yes, that benefits the landlord. If that goes through and it's nice, but give them an opportunity to take a course as a requirement, maybe a 2-week or a 3-week course, out of that 12 months on financial literacy to set these people up like a halfway house does for inmates that are getting out, where you have to get a job and you have to do certain things so you can filter back into society. Because to me, right now, I think the program is setting people up for failure, you know what I'm saying? And it's putting landlords and management companies in a position to further harm people with these judgments at the end that's going to send them back into the economy to where they can't even rent from another landlord. Plus, like I said, you can't even use the program again once you use it once. So So I don't know if that's necessarily helping them at this point. They better off probably just to go through the gutter situation and figure it out, you know. But then again, like I said, if you're going to use these programs, don't just take. You got to give a little bit, right? So if I'm going to take from this program, you know, go down. I have an uncle that you know, he's going to volunteer to work at like food banks and different things like that. You know, give back. You know, give back. You know, help other people out. Go down to a foster home and spend some time with some kids, or coach, or do something in the community, so that in exchange for the community helping you to prop up. When I was in business many years ago, I used to go and spend a lot of money at Toys R Us around the holidays, and I would go to a church over here and I would anonymously donate toys and watch the families open these toys with the pastor, you know. But you know, he would always offer to introduce me to the families, and I was like, nah, you know, I just, you know, that was just, I felt like that was my contribution in exchange for being allowed to conduct business in the city where I never grew up at. You know, so I just think that if everybody is doing that their fair share and giving back, you know, along with the taking, you know, I think that that's going to help people to get through. But right now we have so many people taken out that a lot of these programs are not sustainable. And when those things collapse, what happens to all of these people? The anarchy.
Do you see what's on the screen, my brothers?
Right.
Yeah.
See that? That speaks to what we are talking about right now. This is the agenda. By 2030, they don't want anybody, unless you are elite and have a lot of money, right, to own anything. They want you dependent. Who wants us dependent? You know, those that have the money, the elite, and within society. They want us to be dependent on these facilities and these structures, these programs, these government-ran resources, right? The idea of a free capitalist society, right, like we enjoy to a certain extent in America, and a lot of people believe is coming to an end because of the globalist agenda. This is what's going on. This is what we're combating. Anybody want to speak to that?
Yeah.
Anybody disagree?
No, I'm with you on that one a little bit. So, for example, just jumping a little bit on everything we're talking about on the whole aspect as a small business, right? When it comes to like we were talking about earlier, having the kids working at certain locations, stuff like that. Yes, I mean the market's there. You have enough youth out there right now that you can choose and pick whoever you want. I can probably get somebody with a bachelor's degree right now at 22 years old and pay him $15 an hour, and he's probably going to take that job. You know what I'm trying to say? Because the market is so saturated right now that you'd be able to go out there. You know, so that's kind of like the headache that we're going to be seeing on it. Also, as a lot of small businesses, that's what they're going through. They're going through the specific ways that things are going up. They got to cut somewhere. So where they're going to cut at? You know what I mean? Either I got to cut personnel, or I got to put the burden back to my market.
Brother Mark, you mentioned Toys R Us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Toys R Us still around?
No, and that was corporate greed that killed them. You know, no innovation. I mean, first thing in business, or even in the military, you know, bleeding edge, you know, the technology drives it, right? And they didn't adjust. Same thing happened to Blockbuster. And so it was easy.
Especially that Blockbuster and Netflix, they even got offered the platform for them. But
yeah, Netflix tried to sell them. Netflix tried to sell Blockbuster, but it didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched the documentary a few days ago.
Yeah, it is crazy on that whole aspect. But as we look at the whole aspect of the global economy, right? For me, this is just me personally, business side. For me, this is a great opportunity, right? Mm-hmm. So what I mean by that is, like, I'm not investing in the United States because I can. You know what I'm trying to say? Mm-hmm. I'm going international. because now my US dollar is 4 times, 5 times value at a different country. You know what I mean? So now I am that guy that comes in and I can be able to buy 2 to 3 to 4 apartments or properties in this country. And
So-
now I'm able to pay this thing.
Well,
off.
I have a question for everybody. Go ahead after.
No, and then at that side time frame, keep growing that whole aspect on it. On the local market, Mark, you hit it earlier when you talk to your local government, it's on it. When we getting this federal grants or hands out from the federal government, that's the federal government. We got 3 levels of government: local, state, and federal. Federal supports the states. The state supports the local, and the local supports us, right? So we got to go to our local area and be able to find out what we can.
We're gonna coin that phrase there, Mendez. We're gonna make a T-shirt. The 3 levels of government.
It is, and that's what it is on it. And the thing is, a lot of people, and I got this a lot when I was with FEMA. And FEMA's always the problem. FEMA's not the problem. The problem is your state level. Point blank. You know what I'm trying to say? If your state's not talking to the federal, and the federal's not talking to the state, and the state not talking to your local, it's gone. And they're gonna give their hands ass out. Because as a business owner, right now, like Mark's saying, he's having all these losses. But what's Mark gonna do at the end of the year? He's gonna tax write off that stuff, right? You know, that's a company loss. Who's going to lose that? The local economy is going to be losing that taxes that he could have been paying for that state, or vice versa. The federal don't care about it because they're going to get refunded by the state. So as a small business, I'm going to cut my wages. I'm going to lose jobs. I'm going to raise my prices, and I'm going to accrue my cut losses while this goes through. Because at the end, 2 to 3 to 5 year plan, because I'm not thinking about my next quarter. As a business owner, we're thinking 3 to 5 years ahead of us. Where are we? Like, 1, I got to sustain my business. 2, where's my business going to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And then once it's there, what are we going to do? And you get involved with the local government. What programs out there for the youth? Because those kids right now in middle school, the next 3 years, that's your workforce at lower minimum wage. And those kids are going to be motivated, young, and one thing that Mark said, innovation. They have what the market is. They're the upcoming market on it. So these kids right here, I'm going to learn from them. What is that they like? You know what I'm trying to say? Because that's what I'm starting to need to find a way to implement that to my business skills to make sure I'm still fighting out there as a small business, because I don't want to be a medium and I don't want to be a large corporate when you want to stay at that small level. So yes, a lot of people are going to be losing. We saw the app work, a lot of 1099 positions out there. You're pushing a lot of people out of certain positions. Oh, I can make out of right here in Chicago. An Uber driver can easily make over $1,000 in 1 week here in Chicago. You know, so a lot of those guys are like, why am I going to work in an office? I got my freedom, I got my time, that I manage my whole thing, and I'm still going to get paid more than what I did. Yes, I'm going to do this. Okay, that's right now. But what's happening, all these big companies right now, they have all these benefits and stuff, are getting all these young kids, like Penske, for example, they promote within. You enter Penske, don't expect to be coming to a higher level. You got to come to that basic level. You got to be that guy at the counter. And then you're going to work your way in the company, however high you want to. They hire within. You know,
you're going to be a worker.
No, but and that's what they're going to do, because you're going to have loyalty within. You know what I mean? They're going to make sure that new guy come with that loyalty to provide to that organization, like we did to the military. You know what I'm trying to say?
AJ, we're going to allow you to ask your question in a second, but I just want to ask a quick question. Anybody familiar with the term accredited investor? An accredited investor. Anybody know what that is off top? Somebody who's referred to as an accredited investor.
Yeah, we talked about that before. I'll let the other one.
Okay. All right. So it really illustrates this, that if you have money, there are special privileges and perks that are going to be afforded you, and you are going to be able to continue to make more money. So the rich get richer and the poor remain poor, and they get poorer. An accredited investor, for our audience, I know we talk, Mindy, right? Is somebody whose net worth, right? It goes back to our conversation many, many years ago, Mark. Somebody whose net worth is $1 million, or they've made over $200,000 for 2 consecutive years, and are on their 3rd year, on their way to making that for a 3rd year, right? That's somebody who's an accredited investor. And these people, they have the ability to invest in companies pre-IPO, right? Before they go public. So Ripple, right? A company that is responsible for ushering in the new financial system. They haven't named it specifically, but you can tell by the language and the jargon that they're talking about XRP, and Ripple makes XRP. Unless you are an accredited investor, which a majority of citizens we're not, right? You're not going to be able to take advantage from investing in Ripple before it goes public. Ripple is a company that is going, they're compared to Amazon 20 years ago, only because we have nothing really else to compare it to. But they're going to, right, but they're going to be a high level because everything that exists in the world is going to be tokenized, and they are going to provide the liquidity to move money. Again, we talked about the central banks and moving money, but not just the central banks and moving money from, you know, country to country and internationally. They're going to have a piece of that pie when it comes to moving everything. And the reason being is because XRP is a digital currency that is going to be responsible for transferring money from one currency to the other currency. And from, right, but if you have to do, you know, transfer money internationally, or if you just want to, you know, transfer something, convert one currency, one digital currency to another digital currency. If you want to convert Dogecoin to, you know, Shiba Inu, right, or SafeMoon, XRP will be that medium. And if you want to, you know, create an NFT of something, the Brothers Dwell in Unity show, we may want to, you know, turn this into NFTs later, a 5-minute portion, right? And that can be, I guess, created on the XRP ledger. It's very cheap. You hear them talking about the, I guess, the climate change, right, or the climate control, or, you know, or the need to go green. They're talking about eliminating carbon emissions and reducing the amount of energy that we have to spend in order to, you know, I guess, affect the climate change, right? Bring the temperature of the earth down and to ensure our longevity. So anything that uses a lot of energy, that, you know, the global governments on a global scale, we are in that season where it's going to be attacked. If you're using too much energy to run your business or keep your lights on, you've heard of, I guess, rationing when it comes to the amount of electricity that you're going to be able to use during the winter. These are the things that are coming. These are the things that are coming. XRP is supposed to be a solution to this. And that is why it's believed that it's going to be implemented. There's going to be a what's referred to as a black swan event, which is simply an event on a global scale. And I'm talking like a conspiracy theorist for all those that, you know, don't necessarily believe that this is coming, right? This is how conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, talk, right? But these things are coming, guaranteed. Just as sure as the COVID-19 pandemic arrived, and they were war games and strategies and I guess exercises to plan for the COVID pandemics. And next thing you know, we had a pandemic on the scene. They have had, I guess, exercises that have planned for the arrival of blackouts. And again, there's a lot that is being, you know, thrown at you. I do understand that. But it all relates to this new world order. It all relates to the global system that is upon us right now, and the reset, the financial reset. All that is tied in together. And so Mark, we know it's getting tough in the urban areas. AJ, did you have a question that you wanted to ask? And then we'll throw it to David for his perspective from the rural.
Yeah, my question was, you guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar what happened in the UK with the pound just going plummeting down. It's gonna happen in the US. Like LaShawn said, we're gonna have a reset, and when that reset happens, a lot of people that think that they're clear or they're safe with dollars and everything else, what's gonna happen is
Preach.
the banks, they're gonna take your money, because right now you can't take more than $2,000 to $4,000 out of your bank. If you want to take more than that, they're telling you no. Your credit unions, they're telling you the same exact thing, because I've tried it and they said no, you can't take more than $2,000 out of your bank. And why is that? The money is leaving the banks, and the banks, they don't like that. It's going into digital assets, right? It's going into digital assets. So look at the crypto market cap. It's over $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. And half of the world, not even half, but 90% of the world, they're not paying attention, right? They're not. Most folk, they're like stuck in the algorithm that got them addicted, which is their phones, Instagram, Facebook, and all that other stuff. And they're just living their life vicariously, thinking that it's all good, but it's not. It's not. So what LaShawn is saying, it's 100% guaranteed that the train has left the station and stuff is happening behind the scenes that the news, they don't talk about it because they don't want you to panic, they don't want to scare, and they don't want to create a bigger scene that's what's already happening, right? And XRP, I think my understanding of XRP is God is telling his saints to acquire this thing, because without this thing, you would have to take the mark. And that mark is the CBDCs that they're going to implement. Jerome Powell said that CBDCs is coming. And it's not coming just for the US.
Central Bank Digital Currencies, CBDC.
Right? This is how they're going to track you. This is how they're going to be able to do everything that you do. They're going to be able to see it through the CBDCs. So, as God's people acquiring XRP, there's a few saints that he's saying, acquire this thing. If it's not for you, then it's not for you. But as LaShawn said, 100%, this thing is happening and it's already here. So I won't be surprised if one day you wake up in the morning and you hear, okay, we're moving away from cash, US dollar, and we have a new CBDC that we're gonna be using. It's gonna happen just like that, right?
Biden already, if I may just interject.
They're not telling you anything. Go ahead.
President Biden, thank you, sir. President Biden has directed that we start looking into going into a cashless society already by the end of the year. See, they're all working together. It's a global agenda. So everybody's, behind the scenes, working together to implement this new system. And it is the beast system. There's a spirit that's taking place that is operating in this hour.
Just to jump on that real quick, as AJ was talking about the banks and the loans, one thing people gotta also look at is their 401ks, right? 401ks has been out for years, right? If you look at your 401k, if you want to take a loan out of your 401k, the max you can take out is $50,000, and up to have 50% of whatever you have, up to $50,000. That's how much you can take out of 401k. You can have a $300,000 worth on your 401k. You can only take out then $50,000. That's your max. So there's a control on the money because that money is being invested within the funds out there. That's how the money makes bank. You give your money. Go ahead.
In the UK, pensions, they evaporated.
Exactly. And we're in the same boat.
And it's coming right here in the US.
Yeah, we're in the same boat with the Social Security.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're in the same boat with Social Security. We don't have enough, and that's another reason why we were talking earlier. if you don't have people working on a regular W-4 type of job, they won't have to pay taxes, right? And then what happened? If they don't pay taxes, Social Security and Medicare, that means when that next generation going to retire, there's no money in the funds right now to be able, and probably Bush, I don't know, it had have gone, you might know more about this on the military. The military, for example, their retirement system has changed. It's no longer the top three. The new soldiers coming in, they don't get what.
Okay.
You know,
All they gotta do is put the money printer on again, and that happens. And
yeah,
then more money
but once you do
circulation.
that, yeah, more money circulate, dollars depreciate, economy, global economy goes up because our dollar goes down in value, which is going to happen sooner or later anyway on it. But right now, we're in a position that when it comes in the global market, the US dollar is very strong right now. So if you're doing anything overseas, if you're a small or middle company or business that you do anything international, this is your time to get settled in. Any other business that's been investing anything outside, they're hurting right now. Because if they went on that global market before, they're going to be hurting at that time on it. That's why it's very, very critical on my point of view. Like for my clients, what I do is like, wait, if you don't qualify for certain type of financial services or tools that we got out there for you, who are you trying to cover? You know what I mean? If you're looking at your kids, are you looking at what? Or your estate? Well, let's find another plan that's going to make that coverage at a longer period of time. And that's what I mean. We're thinking to us, I mean, our part is done, point blank. You know, we gotta lay the foundation for our kids, for our next generation, because they're the ones.
Mendez, can I caveat?
No, not yet. Hold on. No, just play. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Listen, everybody. There's two types of people in the world at this point, right? I'm being extreme. Those that understand that the world is changing, and those that they don't understand. They don't get it, right? This guy right here, I want you to check him out. He's called the Bearable Bull, right? The Bearable Bull. It's a play on the bears and the bulls, right? You're bullish if you think the economy, stocks are going up. You're bearish if it's going down. So he's talking to us, and it starts off with, they trusted the economy, they trusted the government, they trusted that their pensions would be there, right? And clearly, he talks a lot about what's going on right now. I don't think can you hear this right now?
No.
You can't hear that, right? All right, I'm not going to. All right, but the point being is, we'll do. The point, yeah. See, the point being, gentlemen, is that the world is changing, and all our currency, right, the fiat currency, all this money that it's going to be it's going to be transferred into digital currency. It's going to be transferred.
But that's what I'm saying, Bush. I mean, our money right now is digitally in a way, if you look at it. Because right now, I can send you.
Well, specifically cryptocurrency.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is I do believe, and don't get me wrong, I do believe we're going to be doing a transition. I do believe that the crypto is going to be a new thing in the market. Me personally, I do not see this as a full-blown thing in the next couple of 10 years on it, because there's too many powers above on it that is going to try to stop this on it. Now,
let's talk for a minute. And we're here for this. We're here for the different perspectives. We're here for the God-given insights that allow everybody to have the big picture, right? There's something that you are saying, Mendez, that a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel like this cryptocurrency thing, this is not here to stay.
No, it's here to stay. It's gonna stay. But I'm not saying what I'm trying to say with this is the new thing. Don't get me wrong. When it comes to those simple contracts, when it comes to the crypto, it's a game changer. I'm telling you that right now. When it comes to the business, and I've been dealing with some Asian countries, and they just launched their own cryptocurrency for the government. Okay, so I know.
So when we say central bank digital currencies, CBDC, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is the national coin, the national dollar, cryptocurrency for that nation, right?
Exactly.
So, right, they have a national cryptocurrency within that country that you're referring to, and that's where we're all going. China, they've had a national cryptocurrency, their CBDC. They're using it to control and monitor the actions of their citizens, right? And as a matter of fact, their CBDC is set to expire. The funds in your bank account will expire. These CBDCs will expire if you do not use it. So they're making it impossible for citizens to acquire wealth, because if you don't use it, if you don't reintroduce it into the economy, it's going to expire. That's the separation of the those with the money and those that don't have money. No more middle class, no more opportunity to acquire wealth. That was never the case in China anyway, but it's coming to the United States. So those traditional means of storing money, pensions, and these jobs, right, that we've been able to get that pay a decent amount of money. In this day and age, if you don't have money, it's going to be very hard to acquire money. And I know David's over there. A lot of this pressure. You may or may not feel it because you live in a kind of a self-sufficient environment where you're able to live off the grid and fish and farm. But unfortunately, my brothers and sisters, brethren, not all of us have that luxury.
No, far from it. Far from it. You get, the majority of the people that live in this country now, as far as America goes, certainly lives, within a coastline and then in a population center. All the food they eat has to be brought in on trucks. Those trucks have to run on diesel. The prices of that's going up. So the price of everything is getting out of hand. It's going to go. And, talking about AJ he was talking about getting money out of the bank. One thing I would encourage you guys to look into is, it wasn't long ago, it was just a few years ago that through legislation, I can't remember if it was part of Dodd-Frank. I think it might have actually come after that. But if you have cash deposits in a bank, you're no longer really considered a depositor. You're an unsecured creditor to the bank. And the bank may, in fact, recapitalize their position with your money if necessary. It's part of the deal you sign on to when you put your money in their bank, because guess what? Your money is not your money. It's Federal Reserve notes. It's denominated in the bank as Federal Reserve notes. It is not your property. It is a placeholder. And it could be confiscated by these Federal Reserve Bank charter members, which is all these commercial banks, at any time. And even more scary than that is that the infrastructure has been built and put into place to the point where you guys may remember the bank run in Cyprus a few years ago, where people was trying to get their money out of the bank. They couldn't because Cyprus was saying, nope, sorry. And then Cyprus recapitalized their position by taking all the money out of the bank. Well, now all our banks in our system now here in the US have that capacity, and literally with a push of a key button on a keyboard, they can take whatever amount out of your account they need to recapitalize. So the FDIC is nonsense. The FDIC couldn't cover Bank of America if it went belly up, let alone Bank of America, Citibank, Deutsche Bank, all these other banks that people do have their money in. So that's something to look at. But going back to what you're saying, what do you do? How do you prepare? The most offensive thing that I engage in is ensuring that I have the know-how to get food out of the earth. And then, of course, I have to maintain a bubble of security around the earth that I can get the food out of. But, one thing that occurred to me when Mark was talking, giving back to the community, what's one of the most effective ways we made sure we were squared away downrange was making sure that we're looking out for the guys on our left and right. You take care of the people around you. So I think that's probably going forward going to be one of the best things that anybody in a population center or even a large city or small city or even out here in the country can do is start looking out for your neighbors, looking out for the people around you. The more people take care of the people around them, in any way that they can, the more people are going to, you're going to have people looking out for you. So I just think on a simple-minded term, when I try to stay simple-minded, help people out, serve people, bring value to other people's lives, bring value to their situation, try to help them, look out for people, look out for other people's best interests, and don't do it from a naive sucker standpoint, but from the standpoint of as this thing starts unfolding, there's going to be a lot of desperate people. And the more people you can help, the less desperate they're going to be, the more stability we have. And that might buy us, that may well buy us some time.
Yep. I agree with you 100%.
Well, I would like to add to that, in regards of helping people, like the things LaShawn is talking about, he actually put people on the stuff. People are, they don't want to understand the technology that's happening, that's being in place, that's set to change the whole financial system. And everywhere you're gonna have people that either in denial or they refuse to believe that something is gonna change. Every year, currency changes, and the U.S. dollar is in for a reset because it's been over 100 years, and right before our eyes, it's being implemented.
I think we lost AJ. He'll be back, but let me just continue his train of thought. Oh, he's back.
We have no clue. So it's up to us who's getting the information to pay attention and pivot into the position that you don't have to struggle, because if you're getting advice and you're not taking that advice, and then the rain comes down, just like Noah and the ark, right? God told Noah to build the ark, and Noah told the people that it's gonna rain, and nobody believed him until if I'm correct, it was like 100 years or so. They were going, and Noah was building that ark until the last 7 days. He said, okay, it's time to close up shop. And until that rain came and it fall on the sky, the first drip, they were banging on that door. And
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, and for the audience, for the benefit of the audience, again, everybody has their own God-given perspectives. And all we're doing is sharing what, we believe God has communicated to us. Not everybody's going to see things the same. We understand that, right? But, if I can beat my drum for a second, just a caveat, what I don't want the audience to miss, and what I don't want our brothers to miss in this very hour, and we're veterans, right? Is that the world is changing. The Lord is on his way back. If for some reason the saints are not raptured prior to all of these changes being implemented, and we have to be here, right? We have to shine as lights in a dark world, a fallen world. We have to continue to point people to Jesus Christ. And there's going to be a lot going on. But again, this XRP, XLM, XDC, Algo, IOTA, these 5 cryptocurrencies, they are referred to as ISO 222 coins. The ISO 222 is an international standard pertaining to the transfer of money from country to country, from nation state to nation state. And they've already identified within this document, right? I'll pull it up on the screen so you can see it. They've already identified these coins as meeting the standard, right? These coins are going to play a large role in how business is conducted, how money is moved, again, internationally and within and domestically. So there's an initiative referred to as FedNow, or an organization referred to as FedNow. In May, April of next year, 2023, the federal government is going to implement new ways of moving money domestically, right? So that change is coming, but I'm going to share my screen real quick. There we go. This is ISO 222, right? A single standardization approach to be used by all financial standards and initiatives, right? Initiatives. And within this, document, it talks about the compliant cryptocurrencies, right? See if we can find. It's a whole framework. And bottom line up front, XRP is definitely the number one cryptocurrency. If you can acquire some XRP, that would be to your advantage, because it's going to be very high value. It's going to be valued very high, along the lines of Bitcoin, because it has a responsibility to move a lot of the money, if not all of the money. Hello, still with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. We talked about this earlier, technology, right? But again, there's a lady, a prophet that I was watching the other day, and she believes that, a lot of people are looking at XRP the wrong way. A lot of people are thinking, okay, well, if I acquire this XRP, I don't have, I'm going to be rich, right? And, right, it's nice to be rich, right? We all like to be a part of the 1%, right? The elite, right? If Christ tarries, right? If we're not raptured, it'd be nice to hold this asset, right? When it balloons to $60,000, because it has to be that much to move all the money internationally. And we're talking about quadrillions of dollars from one central bank to other central bank, and also derivatives. Don't ask me to define that. I just know it's a big fancy financial term, right? And there's trillions of dollars in derivatives and futures. But the lady was saying, the prophetess was saying, that it's kind of a Trojan horse. It's going to enable us to not have to depend on the CBDC, right? That which is going to come with a lot of controls and a lot of requirements as far as tracking us and I guess facilitating the monitoring of our ability to buy and sell, right? Even restricting our ability to buy and sell, right? Again, it's already taking place in China. There's a social credit system tied directly to their CBDC. And it's going to pop up. It's a global movement. But if you can acquire some XRP, you can purchase it on Uphold, right? UPHOLD. Currently, there's a court case taking place between the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, as well as Ripple, right? They're suing Ripple because they're trying to claim that Ripple sold XRP as a security. And really, it's just a big smoke screen. It's a big smoke screen. They are delaying the rollout of this new financial system. They're delaying the final verdict of the case until this financial system is ready to be fully implemented. And when that takes place, you're going to see the price of XRP take off. Once the utility, again, a lot of coins are driven by different things, right? The price point of a coin is driven by a few things. It could be the retailers, just buying the coin up because they think it's about to explode. And that's what the government is trying to, I guess, protect retailers against. There's a lot of pump and dump schemes where they run the price of the coin up and then it dumps, and then, people lose a lot of money. So that's appreciated. The regulation, the term that we're referring to, or we're becoming familiar with now, or that we should become familiar with, is regulatory clarity. The regulatory clarity that is needed and is necessary in order for cryptocurrency to become mainstream. It's coming. It's coming from the congressional, I guess, order, right? The executive order that Biden directed. It's coming out of that, right? Government agencies partnering, seeing how we can best implement cryptocurrency and allow it to go mainstream. It's coming out of where else? The lawsuit, Ripple versus the SEC. As you recall, it's a good example. Back at the early, stages of, streaming, when we had Napster in place, right? What happened? Napster, they had a business model. They wanted to take advantage of this new technology, but they didn't have a good business model, right? They were ripping off the artists. At the Security Exchange Commission sued them. Napster lost. They paid millions of dollars in fines, and from that point, they went away. But nowadays, we have Tidal, we have Apple Music, we have Spotify. These businesses, they took the regulation and they adopted their business model so that, it was safe for us to utilize. And they are still around and they're successful to this day. Same thing is going to happen with cryptocurrency. Again, the plan is already in place, ISO 222. It outlines the cryptocurrencies that are already compliant with the standard. That standard, right? Those cryptocurrencies, again, are XRP, XLM, XDC. XRP is responsible for moving money cross-border. It does the same thing SWIFT does, but it's 60% more efficient and less expensive. There's pushback from the banks because they're losing money, but in the long run, they're going to make money because it's more efficient. So everybody's on board. Everybody is in the process of signing up for this this new way of doing business. So again, we can avoid the CBDC and the beast system potentially if we acquire this asset. XRP, you can buy it on Uphold, UPHOLD. You can't even buy it. That should tell you something. You can't buy it, on all the exchanges. They delisted it from the exchanges because they don't want they don't want retailers and common nerds like us to own this asset. Of course, it's going to be very valuable, right? Now, there are, as it stands, as of today, right? I can pull this up. There are 4.5 million XRP wallets in existence, digital wallets that exist. I'm going to pull this up. It's called the Rich List XRP, and I will show you something. Okay, here we go. As you can tell, I'm pretty excited to talk about this stuff. Forgive me if I'm rambling, if I'm just rambling, but this is important stuff right here. Absolutely. Okay. Can everybody see that screen?
Check.
All right. This is called the Rich List info, and it lists. It basically it's going to show you where you rank and as far as holding XRP compared to the rest of society. So let's say you hold 20,000 XRP, right? I would be ranked number 126,000 out of 4,323,000 XRP wallets that exist. So there are 4.3 million XRP wallets that currently exist.
Hey, put mine in, put 17.
You got 17? Okay. You got 17?
How big I am in the list.
You got 17,000 or 17?
No, 17, just that. I'll do little, man.
You got okay, so let's go. So you're ranked 3,606,866 out of 4 million.
There you go.
XRP wallets, right? You're in the top 83.4% of accounts. And I wanted to, just show you that because how many people exist on the planet? My brothers, what do we got?
7 billion.
We got 7 billion people, right? On the planet.
For now.
There are four now, right? There are 4 million people there are 4 million wallets.
That's like 0.001%, right?
Right, that exists. So we can do the math.
It's super small.
It's clicking all over. Right, yeah, exactly. Super small. And once the SEC lawsuit took place, they went ahead and delisted XRP from all of the exchanges because, again, the intent is not for the retailers to hold this extremely valuable asset. If they can keep you from holding this, and again, this is called the rich list, right? Now, when I met AJ, AJ, you want to tell how we met, brother? You still with me, AJ? You still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. You go ahead and tell the story.
Okay, I'm gonna tell a story. I was in the gym, and I was working out. I was listening to I guess a video about XRP, and AJ walked by. He's like, "Hey, I thought that was my phone," and I said, "No, that's me. That's me." So we started talking about the XRP and all these things that we're talking about today, and AJ says to me, he says, "You know what? I bet you we're the only 2 people in this gym right now that own XRP, that are even talking about this right now." And I said, "You know what? That's right." And then AJ said, "I bet you that you own more than 1 XRP wallet, don't you?" And I said, "You're right, I do. I own about 2, at least 2, maybe 3. So this number, this 4,300,000 wallets, that number, it's probably about 1 million people, 2 million people, right, that own this asset XRP. AJ, what site is that allows you to see the total number of XRP holders broken down? That shows how much they have, right? The top that ranks the total, I guess, accounts.
I can't remember. I think it's 3 XRPL.
3 X.
Yeah.
So 3 XRP. Let's just see. Okay.
Did it show up?
Yeah.
Or that's all the XRP being moved in real time?
Okay. Top XRP wallets, right? That's what we'll go with. Top XRP wallet holders. There we go. So All right, the top 10 holders of XRP. Well, okay, the top 100 holders of XRP.
I would ask, does anyone have $100 bill available at their site right now?
Not I, said the cat.
Check.
If anybody have $100 bill and they look for the name Rosie Rios. Rosie Rios is the 43rd treasurer of the United States, who left her job to go work for the company Ripple. Now, if I'm dumb or something, I would say that is the most obvious thing that XRP, the company Ripple, is gonna be used in the financial system, because it's not only Rosie Rios. We got Cindy Young, who is who was the former CEO of MasterCard, who also joined Ripple. And there's a lot of dominoes falling from people of high standards that's working for Ripple. So if you put the pieces together, you'll see that the company Ripple is going to change the whole financial system. And when I say the whole financial system, I mean everything from derivatives to stocks to insurance to real estate. I'm talking all the money. So like LaShawn said, it's only 1 million to 2 million people. That's not a lot. It's really not a lot. So if you own some XRP, I'm going to tell you that XRP has to be a high value to move money across broader payments, because the cap is only 50 billion. The total cap is only 100 billion. And we have quadrillions of dollars in the world today. I'm talking about derivatives alone is about, I think, 200 trillion for derivatives. And then you got real estate. I don't even know the amount, but it's a lot for real estate. So if XRP is supposed to move all of the money, the price has to be at a substantial amount for it to move money cross borders, because you can't have 100 billion tokens to move $100 billion. That's $1. And if you're trying to move all the money in the world, that token has to have a value of a substantial amount. So guys, just pay attention to what's really happening, because I've been in it for about 5 or 6, going on to 6 years, and everything that I'm talking about, I'm seeing it play out in real time. Like, I was right all the time, and I'm not bragging or not boasting, but it's happening. It's happening. You got Rosie Rios, Cindy Young, and other Congress members that's working for Ripple. They didn't leave their job. They didn't leave their job to go work for a company that is not gonna be. I mean, you're talking about the Treasury. That's a big deal.
Let me jump in real quick for a minute. Thanks, AJ. Great insights. Thank you for your God-given perspective and insights. And this is very important. That's why we're spending so much time to really, belabor this point and to really flesh this out, because we want everybody to understand exactly what's going on. What we're looking at right now, this is the top 100 XRP wallets, right? Some of these wallets represent exchanges, right? Like Binance. This is a Binance wallet. This is the address. It holds 99 million XRP. That is 36% of the circulating I guess the circulating value of XRP. Some numbers, right? Some tokenomics they refer to it as. There are 100 billion XRP tokens that were minted by Ripple. 55 billion of those XRP tokens are in escrow. 1 billion of those XRP tokens are released every month, right? So they have 55 billion tokens, the company Ripple in escrow, that they don't touch. It's not on their balance sheet. Mendez, we looked it up, right? We looked up whether or not those tokens were on their balance sheet. So what would the other 45 billion? That is what these numbers are speaking to, right? So 99 million are owned by Binance, XRP. 36 million are owned by this wallet. I don't know who it is, right? And so on and so forth, right? So that's 36%. Now let's go all the way down. If you own 77,000 XRP, you are considered within the top 100 XRP wallets that hold XRP. How much money would it cost to own 77,000 XRP? XRP is currently trading for 50 cents, I believe. It's hovering around 50 cents. It was $1.30.
About 36,000.
About $36,000 will get you 77,000 XRP. Gentlemen, if you own 77,000 XRP, right? What was that? Let's see what 77,000 XRP is, right? The rich list. $77,000 XRP. That's certainly obtainable, right? 77,000 XRP. You are considered to be ranked 35,443 out of 4 million wallets. You are in the top 0.82%. So you're within the top 1% of accounts. They're saying this coin could go to like crazy numbers. So, you heard AJ lay out the reasons why a lot of people believe that this coin has to be valued very high. I would tell you this: ISO 222 goes live in November. It's October right now. That means that they're going to begin to utilize XRP, and the whole system will be fully implemented by, I believe, 2025. All of the central banks will be utilizing XRP, and the rest of the ISO 222 compliant coins to transfer money. And the rest of these coins, Shiba Inu, Doge, a lot of the metaverse-based coins, a lot of the gaming coins, they're going to benefit as well. But the play right now, right, to mitigate a lot of this talk of global collapse, if you're looking to move into an asset that is going to appreciate, it's not traditional. That's not what a safe bet is. You've heard of the real estate crash that's oncoming. Are we going to put our money into real estate right now?
For me?
Rhetorically. I'm speaking rhetorically.
You know my answer right now.
If the real estate market crashes, like they're saying that there's a crash coming, I'm not the only one that has heard this, right? What are you going to do with all that equity if you understand and you believe that XRP is an appreciating asset? I would put my money into XRP if it is the case that it's going to appreciate. And what do you think, Mark? I'm talking to you, my brother.
Okay.
You're a property guy. You own real estate. You have equity. The market's about to crash. Of course, you don't lose anything unless you sell your house, right? But you do lose some liquidity, right? You don't have the ability to borrow the same amount of money because the equity is not there, right? You might take that equity out if you have the foreknowledge that the market's about to crash and put it in an asset that's not going to depreciate.
Well, I think that you just hold on to your properties. I mean, and just try to conduct whatever the business is going to be at that time. I think that I mean, yes, I understand that this crash is supposed to come, and I think that I've talked about this with several other landlords, and but I also think that I think things are going to stabilize themselves. It just might stabilize, and with the change that we're discussing here, because people are not going to stop needing houses. So it's just the change of how we transfer finance.
Well, Mark, did you hear about who was buying up all the houses? Was that Bill Gates?
BlackRock.
BlackRock, the biggest financial institution, investment firm.
Yeah.
Do you know that BlackRock has a partnership with Coinbase as we speak? As a matter of fact, there's somebody that used to work for Ripple. He's now overseeing Coinbase and working with BlackRock, because when the regulation comes in, all of that institutional money is going to pour into cryptocurrency. And that's when the cryptocurrency is going to take off. So the plan is to keep us from owning anything. You can mitigate it by positioning yourself in the right assets right now.
Right.
The right cryptocurrency assets.
Can I jump in?
Please, David.
And because just an observation that I've been thinking about recently, and we're going to see about I don't know, somewhere between 9 and 11% inflation for 2022, right? And I think we were somewhere around 8% last year. Yeah, sure, the Fed's raising rates, are trying to cool it off, but with stagflation and all of those forces, we're probably going to see another year next year in that same range. So if over 3 years we have 30%, say, cumulative inflation, so a can of Coke goes from $1 to $3 in the course of 3 years, and your house stays the same, well, that's a housing crash. If everything else in the world, your fuel, your electricity, all these other things appreciate in value because of inflation for 3 or 4 years, but your real estate stays the same, your real estate just crashed relative to everything else. So I'm thinking we may be seeing a real estate crash right now that is not going to look like the 2008, 2009 crash where you saw 30-40% evaporations in equity. Just something to think about on the topic.
No, I appreciate the insights. Very appreciated. Mark, they say that lend your insight here, brother. They say that that the real estate market is inflated. These prices, they were inflated. We started to see them come down a little bit, but they say that the prices, and Mendez, add your perspective, your God-given perspective. Are these real estate prices inflated? David, also, if you have any insight.
They did inflate. The prices did go up per door. But I think that at some point, for whatever reasons, they're going to stabilize in what would be the new economy. So properties that I was buying in 2008, they've doubled after that crash. They've doubled it. I mean, and to be honest, the real estate business is a little bit harder now. It's more like a buyer's market, to be honest, because to finance a property at the cost that they're selling now is not even worth it. In my area right now, financing a property that that's in similar square footage, and using the same metric system in finance doesn't even work out. So I see a lot of friends now, they're just buying with cash, if they can, or buying something that's really crappy, but you're still going to put a lot of money into it. So as far as from the finance standpoint, I think that it will stabilize. Eventually, it's just like gas prices. Something's got to give. It's got to reach that point of explosion, and then it's going to sort itself out. So I think people right now are just watching. What
do they say? The only cure for inflation is inflation. You know, as soon as the price, as soon as the
Exactly.
price hits a point where nobody wants to buy it anymore, then that's where it stops, right?
Well, even the rents have gone up. I mean, even with
Yep.
everything that just happened with people not working and everything, and we knowing that people are being sitting in houses and playing Elden Ring for 12 months, you know, yeah, they're catching up on that Mike Tyson's Punch Out. But at the end of the day, the rents are still going up. Landlord, I was talking to a landlord, and he told me my prices were too low. And I was thinking, wow. And so and that's because with everything inflating, everybody's trying to get a piece of the pie. See, my version of it was like everything was going up and I was trying to still keep things affordable, but I actually hurt my own business at that point.
Well, and that's part of why BlackRock was buying everything above asking price with cash, waiving inspections, and all that kind of stuff, because I think they were front running those increases in rent, knowing they were coming, right?
Mm.
Well, I'm glad you saw that BlackRock is buying everything. They're still buying. And what's going to happen is they're the ones who's going to implement the you own nothing in the happy, because they're buying everything. And
I was
Bill
just about
Gates
to
is
say,
buying
it's even,
everything.
that caveat of agent, it's even more nefarious than them just trying to front run it. They're trying to front run it because they don't want retailers, common people to own anything.
Monopoly.
New World Order. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
They're part. That's a big system. New system.
I got it. I'm with you on that too. I can probably bite that scenario also, but you got to look at
You're
the
conspiracy theorist now, Mendez.
No, I'm just saying you gotta. I mean, as a business perspective, you gotta you're gonna buy when stuff is, if you know you're gonna make money, why not buy the stuff? I mean, point blank. At the end of the day, if you have the capital and the property's for sale and you can afford it, and you know that market is gonna give you money at the end of the day, because like you said, a lot of people cannot buy right now properties. I told you that last week. I tried out. I even talked to Abe the other day. Hey, look at this Bank of America. Let's try this out. They told me I don't qualify for a loan because my income was a bit too high for that program. Okay, so now you're telling me somebody else can get a $600,000 home who would make less money for the median income in this area, which means in the next 3 to 5 years the house is going to be in foreclosure, right? Because they're probably not going to make those payments, because when the property taxes come through it's gonna go ahead and get them. There are a lot of stuff out there that, in the business perspective, like I said earlier, you want to look at long-term perspective. What are you going to grab on it? So yes, you want to go ahead and start grabbing commodities that's going to be able to provide you that long-term stability on income. There's tools out there within the real estate market itself that you can put that money in to secure that money. The market can go and crash whatever it wants to do. Your money is going to be secure. There's tools out there for that. You know what I'm saying? But certain people be able to get on it, because not everybody qualifies for those type of programs. They neither. You know what I'm trying to say? But the thing is, us, the common person, the 9 to 5 person, the white collar worker out there, needs to start thinking of that long-term income stability on it. What do I need to be able to sustain my family at whatever come? Because like Mark said earlier, okay, yeah, I just hold on the property. It's gonna bounce sooner or later. I'm gonna put people's into the houses. They're gonna pay their rents. Some of them do, some of them don't. He already knows what is his gap of loss, what is his profit margin, what he's gonna be able. He knows what percentage of his property needs to be rented so he's profitable. Because he's a business owner, he knows that. So he knows he's gonna take a loss, but he knows what was gonna happen on it. So he's going to plan in the next 24 to 36 months what he needs to do to make sure he stays profitable, or at least meet even into the things on it. And that's what people don't think is the short term. I do agree on the crypto. I do agree that you don't put your eggs in one basket. I do agree that people should be investing a little bit of their investment funds into crypto. And depending on their financial status, their age, or whatever, their health, or whatever it is that they're in, they need to have either conservative or an aggressive type of investment plan, and where to put that money into for the long term. What is your number? You know what I mean? But like right now, buying a property, me personally, I was looking. I rather off. I pay, if you know how much I pay on my rent, and with what I pay for a rent, I can have a great house somewhere in a different state. You know what I'm trying to say? But I'd rather pay that money because right now I don't want to deal with the headache of the property itself that might bring me in the next 24, 48 months, because I don't know if I'm getting myself into a hole and if that property is going to lose its value or not. So I'd rather just ride the boat right now, put my eggs in different baskets, and just wait what's going to happen on it. I'm already seeing the price drop, at least in my area, at least a drop of about 12% in the next past 30 days. So it is dropping at least over here. But the thing is, we got to make sure that we look at the bigger picture things. You know what I mean? Like SRP, I do agree with you. This is something that people need to, like I told you, invest in it if they have that fund on it. But people got to be thankful of properties. And within the properties out there are going to be companies out there that are going to buy you out. And there's a reason why, like you said earlier, they're going to control those markets. They're going to be the ones raising those rents. They're going to be the one that's going to be able to control on it. But we just got to be very aware of what's really happening and have a good longevity plan of what we're going to do.
Absolutely. You can't go wrong if you trust in the Lord Jesus Christ. He's going to use all things to the good for those that are called and that love the Lord. We have that promise within his word, and we're standing on the promises of God. Absolutely. Right. But as our brother David Mark Klein said, in the event that the Lord tarries, we need to be able to, know how to move and navigate on this earth until the Lord's return, right? It's at that critical point in the history of the earth where, if you're a minister of the gospel, you're going out with your staff, but you're taking your sword, right? There was a time when Christ told the disciples that, when I sent you out by two. You didn't need a sword or a staff, but now, I'm sending you out and take your sword with you along with a staff, right? So what you're looking at on the screen, my brothers, this is Uphold, right? This is my account. I have I think 195 XRP in this account, right? It's worth $101. This is also XDC. I have 5,982 XDC. It's worth $192. You can buy XRP on Uphold. Again, because of the SEC lawsuit, you cannot purchase this anywhere. There's only a handful of exchanges where you can buy this asset, and Uphold is one of them. You can, I guess, spend $500 a day on a debit card or wire funds in, but again, I just wanted to notify the team of this resource right here. This is where you can buy Uphold, XLP and XLM. Again, forgive me for the passion. Forgive me for, babbling or rambling, right? But this is important stuff that I think we need to discuss and dialogue. We do have, I guess, other things on the agenda. And if we believe that we've exhausted this topic, we can we can move on to those other.
I think that we still have people that are popping in and out that are watching, and I think there's value. This is some of this stuff. A lot of this stuff is new to me, so it's information. So
absolutely, my brother. That's the whole point. That's why we're here. We're here to, God says whatever, he tells us in our ear, whatever he whispers in our ear, to shout it from the rooftop, right? He says also that there's going to be those that in this day and age, in the last days, are going to shine as stars and lead others, in the direction that they need to go. I'm not saying that this is related directly to that. Again, we're supposed to be leading people to Christ, and I don't want to confuse anybody. Your salvation is not going to be found in ISO 222 coins, XRP, XLM, or any of that. We can't take any of this stuff with us. As a matter of fact, God says, if you're really wise, you store your treasure in heaven, right? So that's where we want, and where your treasure is, that's where your heart's going to be. So we're not looking at money, looking at this from the perspective of getting rich, but it's going to be a necessity if we want to navigate this beast system. Again, they're saying that XRP is going to explode in price value overnight before people have the ability to purchase it. So if you can acquire it now, and Mark, you said it yourself, these conversations are not being had. Have you had this conversation with anybody?
Well, LaShawn, I got a question for you. Do you remember when XRP had a glitch? I don't know if you were in back then, but I remember one time I saw a glitch and it was $23,000 per XRP.
Per XRP. Now
Per
the glitch,
XRP.
they have a private ledger. Who has a private ledger? The banks have a private ledger that they've been operating in the background before it goes public, right? Once it goes public, we'll see the true value of XRP. But what brother AJ is referring to is the fact that sometimes there are glitches. And so on more than one occasion, we've seen the real value, the potential or the supposed real value of XRP, and it's way above 50 cents, my brothers. Right, so they've been testing XRP for the last 9 months, and they are ready to go live with the public ledger, coinciding with the, ISO 222 going live, which is the international standard for moving money, and that is going to take place in November. So all these events that we're hearing, the Ukraine energy, Russia war that's affecting energy, it's all tied in. XRP is one of the most efficient ways of moving money, and they're going to utilize it to do that. The climate control and climate change, the tax on anything that's carbon, inefficient, directly tied in to the focus on reducing carbon emissions and saving the planet. And reducing carbon emissions is code for reducing population, the human population, by the way, right? Because we're carbon animals, right? And I think they said, I saw a statistic, 20 million people are dealing with the second and third order effects of taking a vaccine. Right? If they in some form or fashion, if they did not die, then they're still struggling with the second and third order effects of that vaccine. That will, do we want to say the name, or we might get kicked off? Mark Klein, right? The COVID-19 vaccine. Who cares? Right? We'll be back. You can't get rid of the BDIU, but again. I don't want to dominate. I know I've dominated the conversation. Forgive me, my brothers. I really wanted to try to get this point across. And, unless somebody else has something else on this topic, we can move this dialogue on to the next topic.
You definitely got me thinking about getting an Uphold account open and dropping a few dimes here and there into some XRP when I can. And then the article that I saw today, their involvement with the SWIFT. Now the SWIFT system themselves, were basically wargaming and utilizing XRP as a piece on that table, on that game board. Like, that's huge. And you're talking about the ISO 222, this international standard. Like, I have a lot clearer picture now than what I did before about thinking that it was, it's just another speculative, crypto that's just out there. And, no, man. And I'll tell you what.
That's the issue. They see the volatility in cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And I talked to Kevin Wilson this morning on the phone. He texts every once in a while. That's a good buddy of mine I grew up with. He was on his second Brothers Dwelling Unity show. I said, Kev, what you know about this crypto, this XRP? He said, it's too volatile for me. I ain't messing with it. I said, you know what? I got you. We're going to talk about XRP. We're going to, because there's something going on.
If we could, if any one of us could have went back to when Bitcoin was still like $5 and dropped $100 on it, right? We all would have done it, at least. I don't see a reason to go nuts But at 50 cents to the dollar valuation in a time where the dollar's got about 1.5 to 2% of its original buying power left out of a 100-year run, like that doesn't seem like a too bad of a trade to me.
And I'm glad you brought Bitcoin as an example, because this is the greatest opportunity that we have right now. But no one is actually taking it serious. Like, I'm not saying you guys aren't, but if you pay attention to what's going on in Congress, in the Treasury, and in the media, they're telling you the total opposite, but they're
Well,
doing
of course,
something
they want to keep, because they
different.
want to keep you out, right? They want to keep everybody out of it.
So
And look,
it's
one more point of information that I just have to look at is, when you look at the relationship between the Bank of International Settlements and the SWIFT system, and then you look at how China and Russia have been building out their own facilities to rival the SWIFT system. And that indicates how important that's going to be going forward, no matter who.
You know what, David?
The BIS is the driver of this whole Ripple XRP thing.
They're going to use a system. But the thing is this, they're all together. They're all, there's no separation. There's only the illusion of, separation. It's all one world government, right? And everybody's an actor on the stage. Ukraine, right, and that government that's in place, Russia. Now, they may be fighting or battling as far as, who's going to lead the new financial revolution, right? There has to be a leader. I believe, AJ, we talked about this, the BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, thank you. A lot of these countries.
And that's because of the rhodium mines. And they got tons of rhodium mines, and you got to have that for these electric vehicles and all that kind of stuff. And they put them into a major instability too over the last two to 4 years. Rhodium went crazy.
Banking the unbanked, right? South Africa or Africa, billions of people unbanked. They're now going to have the ability to participate in commerce because they have a phone and they can conduct business directly from their phone using digital currency, using a CBDC. So Africa has ADA, right? They're talking about that maybe brought on board into the ISO 200. But a lot of these cryptocurrencies are not compliant and they're going to go away. All these meme coins, they're going away.
And with XRP, you can do it offline. So you don't have to have a connection to the internet.
You can use a ledger, right?
One of the features of the standard.
All right. So this thing right here, right? This is called the Nano Ledger X. This is free advertisement, right? For the Nano Ledger X. This is a USB enabled hard drive. You can buy it for, I think, $100. And this is where your cryptocurrency is stored. This is where I store my cryptocurrency, off the exchanges, because when the event takes place, they're going to potentially seize whatever's on the exchanges as an effort to, again, just keep people poor. They don't want you having access to this asset right here. So this is where my XRP is stored, right? What you see on the screen, this is an exchange. They have central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, right? The DEXs, referred to as the decentralized exchanges, referred to as DEXs. They house some of the more, uncommon or less popular cryptocurrencies. Those meme coins, you'll find a lot of those coins there. Those coins where you might lose your money, you'll find there. The coins that you might find on Coinbase, which is a centralized exchange, right? The more popular coins, those you'll find on Coinbase. But again, if you have it on an exchange, I think Binance got hacked today, if I'm not mistaken. Did you hear, anybody hear about that?
Yeah, yesterday.
Binance got hacked yesterday, right? Their coin, their native token, was hacked. So people lost millions of dollars because they're storing their cryptocurrency on the exchange. Get yourself one of these. Look it up. The 90 Ledger X. Buy it from the official site, because if you buy it third party or secondhand, somebody can basically take your cryptocurrency from you because they manipulated the code here. So again, just another TTP. I know it's a lot. This information may be new.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
This is Bluetooth enabled, so you can use it offline, right? XRP Ledger, you can basically utilize it if the grid goes down. That's by design.
That thing is being your own bank, basically.
Is anybody in the viewers, do y'all feel like y'all getting any good information, or is anybody familiar with this this information?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm definitely going to be doing more digging starting tomorrow, probably next week, looking into picking up my USB enabled offline XRP stake and loading it
I'm
up.
going to drop a link to the official website in the chat, my brothers.
You get $100 off. You get $100 for the referral link as well.
Send that in the text, because I know.
Absolutely. I got you. I got you.
Vaughn Locke Covington says she's learning a lot. She's getting some value out of this.
I'm very happy to hear that. I know there's certain people that think I shouldn't be as passionate, and I know I'm dominating the conversation. Forgive me, my brothers. Forgive me.
Hey, we're like G Unit, and that's 50 Cent. They say the G Unit is going to the Breakfast Club, but 50 do all the talking.
Right.
Like yo,
I
Lloyd
think Banks got a new video on. I saw it the other day.
Yeah, hey Lloyd Banks, how's your album? 50 is like, yeah, it's a good album. You know, I like it.
I dropped that. Link within the chat. I will also drop it within the comment section for our viewers. Right. That is. This is a link to the 9/11. Right.
Yeah, because I think the viewers are getting some good information out of this in many areas, actually.
Absolutely.
They learn where the soup kitchen is at and everything. It was good quality information.
Good stuff. All right. Everybody.
There you go.
I see MoneyGram, right? Stella. Okay, so XLM, that's the other one. Right. So it's XRP, then it's XLM. XLM, the creator of that, broke off from Ripple and created his own I guess cryptocurrency, because they had a difference in the direction, right, of the business. XLM is working with IBM, right, and the Stellar network. So they're going to move money via organizations like MoneyGram, Western Union, right? These third-party financial institutions, right? These are all the bank coins, the decentralized finance, referred to as DeFi, DEFI. They're going to move all the money. Again, XRP is trading for 10 cents right now. It's going to take off also, right? Once all the institutional money comes in, once the regulation and the regulatory clarity is in place, just like with Napster. Napster went away. These meme coins are going to go away. All the compliant cryptocurrencies, ISO 222 compliant cryptocurrencies, are going to flourish, are going to appreciate at a level that we don't even know. But all right, I'm going to drop a copy of that. Copy of the link to Uphold in the comments section. And if we have exhausted this topic, very interesting topic, in my humble opinion, we can move on. I know we've been on about 3.5 hours now. I want
Money
to keep
talks,
everybody.
baby. Money talks.
Well, we're having a good time though, right, Gilbert? David, is there anything that you want to express that you haven't had opportunity to express as far as the talents that God has gifted you with and that you bring to the table, my brother? That's from the agricultural, from the farming perspective.
Well, I mean, no, not entirely. I would just recommend, I mean, regardless of where your money is, you know, go each one of you and then spread it amongst your friends and your family. Try to learn how to get some food out of the ground. And I'll tell you guys, there's so many wild edibles across the landscape. You know, in the Great Depression, there were so many people that starved to death that even lived on farms, right? And there was lots of people starving all across the country, and they would literally walk, 20 miles of countryside and walk past calorie after calorie after calorie of food right in front of them because they didn't understand or know, what food was or where it came from or what it looked like before it got to the marketplace or the store. So it's one of the things that I've noticed about so many folks in the urban areas. They just are so disconnected from their food sources, and that's been my main focus for many years up here in the mountains. But I mean, like microgreens, for instance, there's a lot of microgreens out there. Just look them up, research them, find out what they are, find the seeds, get some. It's cheap. Put it in your freezer, put it in your refrigerator. And if things get bad and you got a boogie, literally these microgreens, you can plant them. And in a couple days, you have enough protein and enough calories to keep moving. So I would say microgreens and wild edibles, study your area, find out, I know like in the East Coast out there, somewhere just off the seaboard, you got like lots of pawpaw trees all over the place. It's, hillbilly bananas they come. Say again?
David, I thought I saw a video of you with some crawdads or some crawfish.
yeah, with some crawfish. Them too.
We get the microgreens and you get the crawfish. Is that how it works?
Well, if you guys have a source of crawfish, I'd say try to build some traps. Figure it out. I mean, the thing is, you can't. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be really hungry, and that's one of the fastest ways to drive a man to his knees if he can't provide his own food. Hey man, I got some food over here. Do something for me, like submit to my system. And so that's one of my weapons. Food is a weapon, and I see it as a weapon, and I see it as a mean. And we're seeing the weaponization of it now. I think more than ever with the way that these people that you're talking about are not unrelated, are not disconnected. And what did we see? We saw centralizing of fertilizers and grains in Ukraine and Eastern Europe and coming out of Russia, and all that stuff's been taken off the table. The hurricane, amazingly enough, went over, basically took off the table about 50% of the phosphate fertilizer for this country. We have had some good rains and some decent crops, but I think we're also going to be running into some problems come winter. So, food is how we get our food, where it comes from, how you produce it. These massive farms that need these chemical fertilizers, the soil they're growing their food in is dead. They literally have to resupply this fertilizer, or else they're not going to have any food. And that goes for, it's like all the way down to the grains that they use to feed. So if you're vegan, great. If you're not, if you eat meat, the feeds that we use to feed our meat across this country, and I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but a very close family member of mine, I'll say, right now, they've been for the last year going all around the country, destroying hundreds of millions of chickens because of an outbreak of a avian flu that they're trying to get under control. And it's in every state. He's been traveling all over the country. They go in and they spray foam these giant chicken farms, these big, long chicken houses. They go in and spray foam this stuff that takes the oxygen out of the air, suffocates the chickens, and then another company comes in and gets rid of them. So if you've been seeing chicken prices go up, it's not just the feed, it's also that they're killing them off. The Chinese bought up a bunch of the pork. They own Smith Food pork, but lots of bacon and stuff. Some folks don't eat pork, but if you're starving to death and hungry, you'll eat pretty much anything, I'm sure. So that's it. My focus up here in the mountains is food and understanding that food is a weapon. And going forward, I'll probably sell eggs for 2 or 3 XLPs maybe, or XRPs, or maybe I'll get 2 XRPs for a chicken. I don't know.
There you go.
whatever it amounts to be. But especially if you live in an urban area, have a plan to feed yourself, have a plan to feed the folks around you. Stockpiling food is good, but food's heavy. It's hard to bring with you. Seeds are a lot lighter, and understanding, which seeds can sprout and pop and give you maximum nutrition quick. It's not a bad idea. I don't know. That's about it, man.
Dave, appreciate the insights. Invaluable. Again, you're blessed. You live in the countryside, and you're able to provide for yourself and for your family. And, God has blessed you along those lines. You're living a dream, my brother. Thank you for your service. We haven't really even touched upon that, the long story, as far as your military service and the sacrifice that was given. Thank you again for joining us tonight. Hopefully we can have you back on.
I'm having a blast.
Yeah, let's go, man. But hey, we hit upon a topic when we talked about the hurricanes, right? Can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
The hurricanes, they wiped out a lot of the the crops.
The phosphate. It's 50% of America's phosphate fertilizer comes from that region of Florida, upwards of 50% or so. And the mines that they get the phosphate fertilizer from are there, and one of the largest companies that deals in it and distributes it is right there out of Tampa, and they're effectively been taken offline for now.
Understood.
Because of this hurricane, which was like nothing a week before it happened, and all of a sudden it went, dead.
Very suspicious.
Almost a right turn straight on into this area that will now once again affect food prices.
They've also decimated the housing market in Florida as well, right?
And I'm sure that it's going to be hard to get an insurance policy here pretty soon too.
Right, insurance policies are higher in those regions, and Florida is a tax haven, right? Safe haven when it comes to taxes. So yeah, it's expensive to live in Florida if you live by the coast. But here's a video, right, where a woman is claiming that Project Cyrus, the government admitted to manipulating hurricanes years ago. This information is out, right? We know about Hawk.
They can actually steer these things.
They can steer them. But we've seen it before, right?
Yeah, they can steer them.
Jesus, Maria, and Emmanuel, I think. No, I'm making stuff up. But these were hurricanes that they named a couple of years back that were pretty damaging. But yeah, I dropped this link in the chat. I'm going to drop it also for our viewers. They can take a look. Again, there's a woman here that states that the government has been manipulating hurricanes, and she has the receipts. So again, it's all coalescing. It's all, if you connecting the dots, you can see the big picture here, right? And we're looking at God's communication to man, the Bible, being guided by the Holy Spirit. And again, we're waiting for the Lord's return, because again, the world is crazy. You got the LGBTQ stuff going on. Can't even send your kids to school. You can't even send. Sean was playing basketball. That's my son. He's 14. He's 250 pounds. He had his hand on his hip backwards. I was on FaceTime. I said, hey, don't do that. Maybe I'm I'm overdoing it, but I'm an infantry guy, and I got a son to raise in a world that says a boy can be a girl, a girl can be a boy, and they're teaching the kids this in school. So, and I have a daughter who is transgender, who's trying to convert to be a boy, right? That's a warfare, right? That's spiritual warfare. I believe personally, right? And we're trusting the Lord Jesus Christ to lead the angel the right way, right? She may have a testimony at the end of the day, right? Where, she is able to speak to that population. And that's the one thing that gives me solace and comfort. And, the suicide rate for transgender people, it's extremely high. So we're dealing with that and dealing, trying to make sure, she stays on track. And, so please, the prayers are appreciated. And we will continue to fight, right? That's another reason why, I'm pursuing this doctorate of ministry. Because I made a promise to God that I would do so when I was going through a lot of the trouble that we experienced related to Angel's ordeal. So I'm making good on that promise, and at the same time, we're going to edify the body of Christ and continue to give God the glory. All right, Susan, our sister Susie McCardle, she says canned mason jars of veggies and meats. That's another way to get after the economic collapse, right? To combat that. All right. So what else are we talking about here? Let's see. It's
maybe we switch the tone a little bit and maybe get into something that's like maybe the Kanye or So
I like that idea. What's up with Kanye, man? What is he doing? He's wearing the White Lives Matters t-shirts with Candace Williams. What's he trying to say there? Is he trying to say Black lives don't matter? Is he trying to say, what's the point? Anybody want to take a first swing?
I don't think he's saying that. Well, I just caught wind of it today, so I didn't really read it. I didn't read if he had any rebuts to everything that was going on Facebook. Like I said, Kanye is just Kanye. He's already a billionaire, but he's already mastered the art of shock value. He knows exactly why they say Black Lives Matter, right? He knows exactly what it means. So when he puts that on, and Candace Owens, when she puts that on, they know exactly what it's going to do. And it's the reason we're discussing it today, right? So I just think that they're just saying that, what they forgot to put is TOO, TOO, because that's what the narrative has always been. The alternative to Black Lives Matter is that all lives matter or white lives matter, too. But by them not doing that, it was specifically to target anger in the community.
Yep.
Yeah. Just by not putting TOO, they knew what they were getting into. And Kanye doesn't care. This is the thing. Like, that's why I say he's irrelevant, right? Is because he's a billionaire. And
I just want everybody to notice that brother Mark Anthony is prepared to say these things to Kanye's face if he were on a Brothers Brother and Unity show, which we might get him on the show.
No, I wouldn't even care. I would ask him to produce a record for me.
Let's go.
Because politics aside, I need to get the platinum record.
Absolutely.
I got to look at it from the business standpoint. He can, whatever he do in his bedroom.
You want early Kanye production or late Kanye production?
I'll say early in the sense that, well, early ain't gonna sell like it used to. So I guess I got to go with the newer stuff. But yeah,
like the newer stuff. You don't like the new stuff. We like the early stuff.
I mean, I'm old school, so I still like the older stuff, but I'm learning to accept the new stuff,
right?
Because it's what they're putting out now. I think the music is stalled, in general. The rap skill is not there. The topics are regurgitated. I find myself listening more to alternative music these days. I listen to some of the Chicago drill rap music, but it's like a guilty obsession because these are dead people. There's good music by talented dead teenagers, because they really are killing each other over there. But the music is good.
I know Pop Smoke's from Brooklyn, but if you heard one rapper nowadays, you think you heard him all. And I kept hearing about this guy Pop Smoke. I'm like, you know what? Let me take a look and find out what everybody's talking about. And when I took a look, I was really fascinated with the sound, the music. And then to come to find out he died the way he died, I was like, wow, we got robbed of another great artist.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Dax?
Well,
That
you know what the problem I'm having with hip hop now is we've gotten so far away from the root of it that, and our pain has caused us to forget the safety. Like what happened to this guy that just got killed? He actually just performed here in Altoona. The guy P&B Rock, he just did a show here. That for Altoona, that was huge because, like I said, Altoona is like the armpit of America. Nobody knows it exists, and what stays in Altoona never leaves Altoona. I mean, out here, if a person says they're going on a vacation, they mean they're going to Walmart. So yeah, like
Right.
people don't leave Altoona. So at the end of the day, and no disrespect to Altoona, it just is what it is.
Right,
I never
right.
really hear anybody leaving here. So the thing is that, but we get out there. Why are you wearing $200,000 worth of jewelry, in a restaurant in the hood in LA? And it's just like we've gotten away from the music, and everybody wants to do this for likes on the, hey man, I just took a picture of such and such. He's over at this restaurant, and it's boosting your social media, and all of these things are linking. And look at how many artists are getting killed.
Yeah, that's great.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, even artists that don't have rap skills, or that are not even that good at walking around with security now. So it's like it's ridiculous. So you put out a little record. So I think that just like the real estate market and the money market, is going to be a bubble bust. Eventually, people are going to start to like music that's not talking about the same topic of drugs and women and misogyny and all of those things. And yeah, maybe we'll get to a J. Cole level, or Kendrick Lamar, and then we'll just stay there. Because I'm tired of hearing look, all of these guys, Roddy or whatever, Piper or whatever, they all sound like Pop Smoke. I know that's like supposed to be New York drill, but it really is just Pop Smoke. It's the same beat over and over again. I'm not really I'm not fascinated. Like even with, like I said, with DJ Khaled or whatever, he's a good networker. Right. I mean, I can do what he does, right? You can do it, right? I can get in the inbox and pull.
Let's do it.
Smooth. I'm sure I can get Smooth being Big Daddy Kane.
Let's do it. Get the cipher going. Let's go.
Yeah, I can get LL Cool J, and I mean, and honestly, and that's why I think that a lot of us, even when I was doing the video the other day, and I say no support, why is it that all of these older artists, why is nobody signing a Smooth B, right? You know what I'm saying? He makes good music, or why is there not offerings for that type of music? We are in an age right now where an older rapper can literally make a lot of money, but we are so invested in keeping it at 20 years old. So then Jay-Z dropped.
If I can speak to that, there is a specific purpose behind the rappers that they push into the forefront, and it's because they're influencers, right? They influence society as far as the culture, right? What's the concert? Travis Scott, he had a concert where a couple of people died, right? Now, this is all spiritual. It's all spiritual, right? We're all on a frequency. The human body is operating on a certain frequency. Sounds and whatever we see, these are within the frequency that we can see. When we hear something, it has the ability to transform us. It reacts with our body in a certain way, right? So whatever we listen to, right, that's what Tanax and XXX was talking about, all that stuff he was talking about. I said his name wrong, but rest in heaven, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Right, that's what he was talking about. All the sound waves, when you listen to music, it makes you feel a certain way. It does something to you. Whenever you watch a horror movie, right? It takes you to a certain space, right? These are all gates and entry points for spirits to interact with us. So they use it, and people who are into this spiritual stuff, they understand that, and the elites, they understand that, and that's why they push certain types of music to the forefront. All this drill music, very very deadly, very deadly, and you can feel it when you listen to it.
Yeah, we're promoting death. You know, I mean, it's like a guilty passion because I like rap. You know, and I like to get into the cipher, and you know, obviously, I you know, I can't forget where I came from. I came from Harlem. I came from the streets. You know, and but at the end of the day, when I step back and I say, okay, let's just take the educated approach on this. What is this producing for the community? It's not producing anything. The music is producing horror in the community because you have these young people grabbing at, you know, what these celebrities are saying and what they're wearing. And then we keep using the same excuse that it's our pain. So this is why we're doing this. And so these young kids that don't have the mind, the depth to even think for themselves, they go, you know, this is why it's a repeated cycle. Because now they're saying the same thing. Oh, the reason I got to get this thing and I got to get this watch is because I didn't have this. And, you know, a lot of people don't have stuff in America. And so it's weird, like rock and roll musicians can age gracefully and die at 90 years old. And hip hop artists, you know, if you go to a restaurant with your family, you get shot in the face, you know what I'm saying? And you get your chain taken. It's crazy. You know, nobody's robbing. I mean, if it is, I guess it's not talked about. I don't see anybody robbing Breaking Benjamin, you know, or Offspring. Nobody better rob Offspring. It's my favorite band.
Steven Tyler.
Yeah, nobody's robbing them. So it's like we're destroying ourselves. And so even when I see like the Kanye West thing, it's just weird, you know. It's just weird because the social media is so deadly. We just talk for shock value. And it's just like,
if I may, you know what Kanye's saying? You know what I think he's saying through the White Lives Matter shirt? Now, look who he's standing next to. He's standing next to Candace Owens, right? Mm-hmm. We know she has a platform where she is viewed by a lot of African Americans as a sellout, right? That's how she's viewed. I don't agree with that. But yeah, you know, people who, you know, have this idea of what the stereotypical Black person in America or African American person in America is supposed to be, they view Candace Owens as a sellout. They view Kanye West as a sellout. Well, I understand what Kanye's doing. I understand what, you know,
he's a flip flopper. It depends on your age when you think he's a sellout, right?
Right. I believe he's saying, look, let's stop having a slave mentality, claiming the victim, you know, stance, claiming that we are, you know, victims of slavery. Some of us, we've never even, you know.
You know, I don't really hear people talk about that. You know, that's why it's weird to me, because when he says that, I don't know Black people that sit there and talk like that, like that bring up slavery. You know what I'm saying? I think that's an extreme talking point that Black people that are talking in the media use.
If you've allowed yourself, now Mark, you're a successful African American man, right? Mm-hmm. I would not imagine that you're moving in circles where I'm sure you have people who are still not as successful that you may know from Harlem.
Oh yeah, right? yeah, they're all around.
Everybody has a reason why they're not where they should be in life, right? Those individuals, right? You know, they never take accountability. Me personally, I believe that there is systematic oppression still in place.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I'm not. I don't have I'm not a slave. My mother wasn't a slave. So after a certain point, right, it starts to lose its. People start losing.
I think well, I'll tell you this. This is a fact, right? We grew up in Harlem. I know what the school books look like. When I was in school, the school books really had my family's, like my elders' names in it. Like we really did get textbooks, and back then we had to take paper bags. And on the first day of school, everybody had a brown paper bag, and we cut it up and we put the book in it, and we're like, oh wow, that's my uncle such and such right there. And you look, and it like the book is 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know that's not what was going on in white schools, right? You know what I'm saying? They even I mean, I understand like with inflation and time has changed, and so but when you went to the Poconos and I went to high school out there for like my last year for my senior year, I couldn't believe it. You know, the type of quality books and stuff, the materials that was in those schools. You know, you know, in the schools in New York City, there was really no metal detectors, and when they were there, they didn't protect anybody. You know, I was watching girls get beat up on the trains and stuff like that. They were snatching people's earrings and stuff. So I just felt, the box cutter, the smiley faces, people were getting robbed. The first day of school was like the best day of school for a lot of people that was in poverty, because you came walking through with them J's, you was giving them up. You know, the North Face coach, you was running that. You know what I'm saying? And that goes again. I mean, like, and I have to do the research on this because I can't be for sure, right? But when I was growing up, I never heard of SSI, right? But out here, everybody has SSI. It's almost like they hand it to you as soon as you're born. You know what I mean? So, and a lot of people, and I don't believe that you should be able to collect a check and it actually pays your entire rent. And it can do that here, right? But when we was growing up in Harlem, if you didn't, I didn't know that kids can, like, you know, be kids and just get a check. You know what I'm saying? I never heard of nothing like that. Like we heard of the welfare system. That was all that I knew about. I never knew all these programs that I'm seeing. I know that they wasn't, I feel like they're created, but they wasn't created with the intention of propping up the ghetto. You know what I'm saying? Right. Look at the buildings in Harlem that we were standing in front of. And I got the pictures of where I used to play. We used to play in abandoned buildings and play tag and hide and seek in rubble. And nobody was fixing these buildings, right? And now I go to that same block. And the school that I went to, the public school, PS 180 on 122nd, 20, I think it's 120th Street, is full of white kids. Police roving patrols. They were like, people were acting insane because a white college student from Columbia University was killed in the park. But when I was growing up, that was normal. Like, you know, black kids were getting killed constantly. Black kids were missing constantly, you know. So I do think that I think that the governments, you know, I think they do have a hand in keeping some races, you know, kept where they, you know, need to be at, or where they feel they need to be at. And big business in the hood was the funeral homes. You know, I think when I was growing up, my elders used to say, if you look at there's a liquor store in every corner in Harlem, and on the opposite corner, there's a funeral home. I've never seen that type of business model anywhere else. And so, you know, our culture is being stripped from us. If you go to Harlem now, there's no clams on the sidewalk anymore. And I know some people in the audience might laugh and say, when I say this, but watermelon, I mean, you used to can get up and put your Bart Simpson shirt on and go to 125th Street and get fresh watermelon cut. No racism, no funny stuff. This is legit, you know, and we love that stuff. And it had nothing to do with us being black people. It's just, it's summertime, and what do you think kids like to eat? But you can't do none of that stuff now. All of that shut down. The things that we love to do. I heard Morningside Park is now a gated community. It's like, you know, you can't even go in the park anymore. So now we're being steered into video games and sitting inside. So what is Kanye doing? Is he actually, besides him talking, how many schools has he built?
You know what he's doing? You know what? Let me say this. What he's doing, and I can appreciate it. What he's doing and what he has done, from my perspective, is he has broken down the barriers, the doors, right? A lot of first, you know, and this is his perspective. Stop in your own mind being a slave of your circumstance, right? Stop leaning on that victimhood mentality, because it's keeping us from excelling. It's keeping us from, and so what has he done? He's talking crazy. He's going to be a
That's
fashion
weird. You
designer.
know what? I'm the opposite. I feel like the reason I'm successful is because I understand what's out there. When I was growing up, I used to go down to Lower Manhattan and I would see little white kids riding around with like, bicycles with the helmet on and the nuclear family and, and the nice cars in Central Park and stuff. And then if, we would walk back because, sometimes we ain't even have money to get on the train. So we would walk back. And as you got to 110th Street and you started walking into Harlem, then you sort of the quality of the buildings deteriorate to where it was nothing. And then the question was like, why is it my people here? But when I go down here, they got these apartments and penthouses where they can park their car in the elevator and it goes up to the apartment and then they get out of their car and they walk right into their apartment. And it wasn't because those people didn't have that because they just worked for it. They were in position to be there.
There's some privilege, right? I from a cultural perspective, I don't know if you want to say, right, from a community perspective. And these are very delicate and sensitive topics that we're talking about, brothers. Let me thank each and every one of you for the willingness to engage and to add your God-given perspective to, for the fearlessness and for the courage that it takes to express. This is a safe place, right? A lot of times people can't even talk about these things without emotions, rising high. David,
there's no anger. It's just,
absolutely. But we talk about, these.
Yeah. I think the people watching can appreciate the different perspectives, but also too just the realism. Because to be honest, I mean, we know these things exist. And listen, most of my military buddies are white. I love them. They know I love them. So this is just me addressing the reality of what's going on out here. And I know that, I know how to behave out here, right? So I know that you're right. There's some of us that we get into these situations with a police officer, for example, and I don't wind up like them because I know how to deal with the situation in a professional and a mature manner. There's no reason to start yelling and acting stupid. That doesn't mean that I won't still get thrown against a car. I might meet the wrong cop one day, but up to this point, I've never been arrested. And I've even had a cop that pulled me over once, he apologized and, he realized, oh yeah, I'm just not that guy. You know what I'm saying? But I think initially he probably thought something. I was sitting in a brand new pickup truck and
I got a question for you, Mark. Did you whip out that military ID?
No, I just ripped out a regular license, but this is the funny thing. The pickup truck, I bought a brand new truck. I'm sitting in it, and I had the combat veteran, the CIB license plate sitting in the back of the window, and a police officer drove by, looked in, and then drove back around the block and wanted to check to make sure I didn't. And this happened in Altoona, to make sure that I didn't steal a truck. It was weird to me, and I was thinking so out here, everybody drives these Dodge trucks, and here I'm a black man sitting in a big, brand new, shiny, fully loaded Dodge Ram pickup truck, like the latest one.
Nice choice.
And so that's not something you see out here. Just like when people see me out here, they don't know I own real estate. I actually did have a case that happened where I was at a code enforcement inspection, and a woman, she did not want to allow me access to the unit. You're supposed to be at the unit if you're a landlord, or you could be fined. And so the white code enforcement inspector walks in the door. I go to walk in. She steps from behind the door, says, "No, you don't." Tries to push me down the stairs. She's using the N-word, and she's very hostile. Yeah. And so I was about to fall down the stairs. So I reached and I wound up grabbing onto her. And what happened was the police came and she was going to be arrested. But what happened was the officer said, well, if he attacked you, then he'll be arrested too. And then this is have to be settled in court. So she decided to say that I had attacked her or whatever. And I wound up being tried and found not guilty. You know, and all the people on the street came and said, nah, she tried to push him down the stairs. She was calling him the N-word and telling him to get off of her property. And it was weird because it's actually my property. But so yeah, she wound up being tried and was found guilty. And then, you know, she had to do community service and pay a fine, and she wound up, you know, but so again, it's just like these things. This does happen quite frequently. I get the text messages, you know, the minute that it's an eviction time or something like that. It's like the go-to to call me a Negroid or something like that. That's happened. So I'm not saying that that's all white people or anything like that. But those things is what made me decide to. I said I didn't want to be in roaches. I didn't want to see any more of my elder members of my family in poverty. I didn't want to live in that type of environment and raise kids. And so I just started reading the books that I felt was not in the schools that we went to. You know, the books that white children were reading at that time, you couldn't find those in the Black libraries at the schools that, you know, it was just Kwanzaa and stuff like that. So I started saying, okay, you know what are they reading? You know, and I started reading those books. And so Kanye, when he's saying what he's saying, I think that he's overdoing it. I think, you know, if you really want to help, instead of doing it that way, go to Chicago where these little boys are being killed, right? And shot down in the street for being in these gangs. And why don't you build a couple PALs, right? Nobody cares about these dumb clothes that you're selling in garbage bags and all of this stuff. You're fighting a fight because you want to be accepted by these big fashion designers in the industry. You're not breaking down any doors there. You want to break down doors, go to Chicago, put some PALs in the area, you know, put some beauty salon teaching schools so these girls can start braiding hair and doing things like that and start changing the community. You're a billionaire. You're worth like $4 or $5 or $6 billion. You can literally buy half the city and you can go and give houses out, right? But you're not doing that. So as far as I'm concerned, to me, him and Candace Owens, and I think she's an intelligent woman too. I don't hate her or not like her. I just think that the message is skewed because I don't know who you're talking to. You're not doing the things that I think you could do to make a real difference other than to shock value and to just keep doing things that you know are going to drive a wedge between you and the young people that are buying your sneakers. You know, and that's it. And they don't have the attention span to boycott. So the young people, regardless of that shirt, they're gonna still go buy them ugly Yeezy Adidas sneakers. You know, they're gonna still go buy those.
Not a fan of the Yeezys, Mark. You don't like the Yeezys?
No, I got a pair of Yeezy foam posits. But I don't think that at my level of the game, I can afford to purchase certain things like that. But I don't think that is economical for Black children that are growing up in Harlem. They're getting killed over sneakers that cost a fraction of what his sneakers cost. And so who are you marketing the sneakers to? You can't, if you I wouldn't put those on my kids in Harlem. These white kids that are wearing these sneakers out here, okay, those sneakers will get you killed in my hood, you know, in your hood, right? So who are you marketing the sneakers to? So when KD was, he said, I don't want Nike to have none of my sneakers cost more than $100. So, you know, I thought that was a smart move, you know, because that was his alternative to the $375 retail at this point, is what they're costing these sneakers. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me. If you're trying to help your community, then the sneakers they should be affordable. Like the sweatshirts are costing $200, and it looks like a grungy shirt that you buy at Walmart and you put a sticker on it. And so I just feel like, and I think he's a genius as far as the music is concerned. Great. I mean, like I said, he could produce a record for me, but I think that his message is more about his personal pain because he was not accepted, which is okay, because I know that even in this community I'm in right now, I've always felt not accepted. I've felt like, you know, I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here. because nobody can do anything to stop the banks from liking money. And I have that to play with. So, but I know that this is not supposed to be my city. This is not supposed to be where I'm at. I understand that, and it's not so much racism as it's just difference, right? People are not used to seeing a Black guy own a whole lot of real estate, but people need houses. So I don't believe that everybody that comes and rents from me is, pro-Black or, neutral, or, what I'm saying? But, when it comes to putting your family in the house, you do what you got to do. So I just feel like if Kanye wants to make a difference, don't wear the shirt, go to Chicago, start there, put a couple PALs up, put some monkey bars in some parks.
He ain't going
hire,
to Chicago.
like,
He'll
build some
get shot there
security.
too.
Yeah, put some security out there.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
why can't
He better show up in an armored vehicle.
Yeah, I seen there was a news article where it was showing children being escorted by police to the bus because the gang violence was that bad in Chicago. Yet he's running around and he's mad because Sergio Valente and Tommy Hilfiger get better screen time at the fashion awards. And so, no, he's not breaking down. I don't think he's breaking down any doors. You're a billionaire at this point. And that's the reason why Jay-Z gets a lot of flack, even though he does certain things, like he reaches back and he bails out Meek Mill. But again, I don't, and you bought this big old.
Well, let me speak to that, and clarify. When I said in his mind, he believes he's breaking down barriers, is because there's not a lot of people that come from the communities that we come from,
right,
that can dream of accomplishing what Kanye has accomplished. Right. He set out to, become a fashion designer, design his own shoe. He's been able to accomplish that. And he's saying when he wears the White Lives Matter shirt, that if he leaned on the victim mentality, that would have never been accomplished, right? So he's championed the idea of moving forward and leaving racism behind, leaving the idea that we should lean on race. Not that I agree with it, because
right.
I don't.
But I even think that's a hypocrite. I even think that that's a hypocrisy, because if you look at all of his old interviews, all he did was complain about not being included. His whole thing was, why I'm a genius. Why am I not accepted in this? So it was a different version of what you're complaining about other people that have no resources. Well, not to say they have no resources, but that have limited mental capacity because they don't have the same books or the knowledge. Not everybody have my parent or your parent or Kanye's parent, right? So where do we bridge that information gap to provide that to those children? Because there are children that have high IQs that grow up in terrible homes because daddy was a crack dealer and mom was a prostitute, and they're in this crazy environment where nothing is changing, and then there's the gun violence in the street. This is where you come in and you help, right? So yeah, he sat on Sway and all these places, and it resonates with me in the sense that I understand where it's coming from, but don't get so far ahead of yourself in the game that you forget, because I had a reset when I got attacked by that lady, and those police were there, and I was arrested on paper, and she was arrested on paper. When she found out she was about to be cuffed and taken in, they said the only way to stop her from being arrested physically was if I had did something to her. So she then lied and said that I attacked her. And so that was a reset for me, because at one point I was so angry that I stopped wearing my veteran hat. I started feeling like my service didn't mean anything, because I was out here and I got tired of having police called on me for trying to collect rent at my properties. I got tired of, I even had one time when I went to collect rent and the tenant had called the police, and the officer said that if I came to the house again, that I'd be arrested. You know what I mean? And like, so out here, like if you try to collect your rent and a tenant doesn't like it, you know, it's considered harassment. They'll just say, oh, I'm gonna file harassment charges, you know, and it's unbelievable. So at one point I was very angry. And I stopped wearing my veteran hat. I'll be honest with you. I stopped donating to the churches. I was so angry. I stopped. Like I said earlier, I used to go and donate toys every year. I was just like, you know what? I lose so much money, you know, in this community that I was at once so grateful to be in, that I'm not giving nothing else, you know. And that was just me feeling like I wasn't being included. So I understand Kanye in certain aspects, but you can't get so far gone. That's why he fought with Jay-Z and everybody else, is because he started to forget.
You know what? I think at the heart of the matter is that the celebrities are used to further divide along the racial line, right? So somebody, he's being paid and all these doors are being opened for him because he has agreed to promote a certain agenda or take a certain stance. And so he's an agitator, right? When it comes to the white and black divide, we see what's going on, right? And Mark, very well stated points. Thank you for your God-given insights. I'm not ending or muzzling you by any means. What else needs to be said? You made excellent points.
My question is to any of us in here or anybody in the comment section: what do you think? What do you think Kanye and Candace can do? I don't follow Candace as much as I used to. I mean, I do agree with a lot of the things she says, though. I mean, as far as work ethic and you know, and a lot of things, I do actually agree with her. So I don't dislike her or anything, but I haven't followed enough to know what she's doing to actually make change in the communities that you criticize, right? So is she going to the Black communities after she does these rallies where it seems like she hates who she is, right? And it only seems that way, right? But does she go back to Chicago, for example, after Kanye helps boost her numbers, because you know him standing next to her, he's going to generate numbers for her, not her for him, right? So is she going to return that favor for the advertisement? Is she going to go back to Chicago and build a PAL? You see what I'm saying? And if they're not doing that, to me, the message is, even if it sounds authentic, and I even agree with some points, it loses everything there, right? I need to know what they're doing.
You know what it is? I think what most people find so distasteful when it comes to Kanye and Candace Owens, I guess Herschel Walker, you could rope him in as well, right? African Americans who, it seems as if they don't have an appreciation for the plight of the community and the struggle that the community has gone through, and it continues to go through, in my humble opinion. So that's, I think, where the distaste comes, and not that some of the ideals that they're bringing forth are not right, or not, because right is right all day long, and wrong is wrong. But again, there should be some empathy for those who are not billionaires, right? Or who haven't. But again, we can't support negative mentalities and negative trains of thought. There's a struggle that has gone on in this country, continues to go on in this country. If you have money, you might not be able to relate to that struggle, and maybe that's what we're dealing with. But again, I just think they're having.
Can't relate to it. Can't relate to it.
I really believe they just having money put in their pocket, and because of that,
they lose their voice after a certain point. It's kind of like going to the gym, or it's kind of like skateboarding, right? I used to mess around with a skateboard and could do ollies and stuff many years ago, but I can't do it now. It's because I don't go back and recondition. When you start making too much money, or not so much too much money, but just enough money that you are not in those environments or those circumstances anymore without any reconditioning, you kind of forget. So racial profiling and the things that's happening, in the hood. When Kanye gets out of a car, people are like, falling all over themselves and, crying and crawling across the ground like the Grudge Girl. They want signatures, on a hat, or, they want. And so he's walking around covering his face because he's so famous, right? When other people get out the car, they got to look over their shoulder because somebody might grab them, pistol whip them to death or whatever. So it's like, you just gotta, you can't, don't forget where you came from. I wish I wish there was a Harlem that was more, well, similar to where I grew up, that I could go back to one day if I made it, and I could give back to the block that I grew up on. Unfortunately, that has been taken away. So I can't identify with the place that I grew up in anymore. It's gentrified, but Kanye he didn't do that. And I think that's where he lost his way, because he was so busy trying to fight for personal reasons to be included in this Illuminati or this secret society. And, he wanted to be accepted by these people. And it's like, I don't fight to be accepted by the people out here. I do feel like I got the keys to the city. Thank you. I was welcomed. I know there's people that love me out here, but I don't fight for that. I don't go out, I don't get up every day, and that's not a goal of mine, to go out here and conduct good business just so that I can be like applauded or whatever. I don't care about that. They have a thing called hometown favorites out here where, everybody can, vote on you and you can be that guy. And I don't really care, and it's not that I don't care, like I'm trying to be like a bad person or anything like that. I don't need a pat on the shoulder. I don't need your acceptance to be who I am. I just need to be the person that my grandmother, would appreciate if she was still here, to my godmother, my family, the people I grew up with. That's it. Just be good for that, for those people. And then if I'm in a position, give back to the people from which I came, what I'm saying, if I could, and just provide information. So, maybe that's what we're doing here tonight. I just think Kanye and Candace, they've lost their way only in the sense that I don't see them going back. And I think Candace is a smart woman, but if she actually went back to the places that she criticizes every day and the people that she criticizes every day, her message would be more.
I know she did a summit with T.I. a couple of years back. That was pretty popular. I don't know.
I've seen that. Yeah. I seen that. And look, and I felt bad for how she got dead on there because she really was speaking facts. But at the same time, again, it's just, you can't, it's hard to fight against it when these other people are giving back to the community. Now, I'm not saying that they're legit doing it because of love too, because some people just do it for clout. I don't give turkeys away for clout. You know what I'm saying? If I do something, if I do something like that, it's just out of love. You know what I'm saying? That's why when I donated the toys, it was anonymous. I didn't need to be in the newspaper, for giving all of these presents to children in the area and stuff. It was just, at that time, I was like, man, I just came from combat. I survived the craziest time of my life. And here I'm in this position. I'm making good money. Let's go. I went and filled up a van full of toys and popped into this church and was like, hey, where do we drop all this stuff off at? I didn't need the clout, you know what I'm saying? But again, just the environment, changed me a little bit. And I just started to feel like, you know what? The jadedness made me say that I can't do that anymore. And maybe I will get there at some point again. But right now I just feel like I can't. I feel like it's not conducive to where I need to go. I just feel like it's very toxic out there. But and I also say, on the flip side, a lot of the people that do the things that we see in the videos on Facebook, calling police names, and you incite, the situation when they ask for your identification. Just, I even if it's not right, just give it to them. Just let them see it. Like, right, it's not worth getting pistol whipped or killed or whatever. I don't know if some people do it because they're looking for money. I just, when the officer asks for the identification, you show it to them. You know what I'm saying?
I think people buy into the narrative. right? They buy into the narrative that, the white police officers are here to oppress, a black man anytime there's any type of interaction, right? They've been watching the media, they've been watching, and they feed us this diet. This is the diet that they feed us. So of course, right, we're consuming it. That's, going to be our reality. Whenever we see a white cop, right, if you're being nourished by that diet. But again, it takes an open mind. It takes somebody who's willing to go against the grain, right? Somebody who has their own convictions and is not going to listen to whatever it is that the media is feeding them, because they want you to think a certain way, right?
But it's education. It's
Absolutely.
education. The problem is,
Well,
I don't believe that a lot of the black people that come from our environment are as toxic as the world thinks. I believe it's the lack of information that's disseminated into that environment, that creates that, because
it's a stereotype that they are portraying that we have to combat and actively, defend against. I want to pass the ball to Mr. David Moore Klein to hear his insights. Sir, I don't know if you want to share any insights on this topic on that.
Well, I mean, I think I've been thinking a lot about some things that are germane to the Kanye discussion, not maybe directly, but we're all being monetized. Our identities have been monetized, and what I mean by that, I'll try to explain it the best way I can, is, it's like, oh, I'm a Pepsi drinker, or I'm a Coke drinker, I'm a smoker, I'm a non-smoker, I'm a Dodge man. So we got all these consumable products that really are not necessary for life. They're not necessary for happiness. They're not necessary for family or spiritual growth. They're not really necessary for anything other than to funnel our money into the hands of those who can monetize our self-image, our own identities, who do we see ourselves as? And, I try my best to basically re-identify myself, reinvent myself every single day. I wake up, I reevaluate, I try to take a look at what ecosystems am I buying into, who am I funding, who are they funding, so like if my shoe purchase is causing some Chinese person in a sweatshop somewhere to be forced sterilized so they can't get pregnant and have babies so they can work more to make more shoes, like, I'm not going to buy that shoe. I stay away from chemical products that cause cancer, so I make my own deodorant instead of buying the commercial brand deodorant. I'm not a Arm & Hammer guy or a Secret guy or a and I mean, you think about when you just, like, it's overwhelming when you sit down and you think about all the products we associate ourselves to, and then we walk into a store of some kind, be it a car store, be it a grocery store, be it a liquor store, a gun store, a shoe store, a sporting goods store. There's all these brands, and the ones that jump out at us, the ones that we gravitate to, why is that? Because somewhere, some guy or some gal sold us that stuff based on a psychological inroad into our minds to cause us to associate our identity to that thing. And so I don't know how that relates other than branding. Kanye's got a brand for sure. And if people can identify themselves as being a Kanye supporter or whatever, then that's going to funnel money to him automatically, because they're going to wake up and make subtle decisions, subtle choices that they're not even aware they're making. That's just going to move them in a direction to take money from wherever they're getting it and deliver it to where they're supposed to go, based on their consumable capacity. Like, we're all able to consume things. We all buy and consume things every day. If we don't buy it every day, we stock up and then utilize it from, I mean, even like tires. I mean, why do we have the shirts that we have on? Why do we have the shoes that we have on? Why do we have the hats? Why do we have the brand of spaghetti that's in the cupboard? you know, sometimes it's just an economic, hey, I can't afford the good stuff, so I'm going to buy, you know, I'm going to buy the generic milk instead of the name brand milk, and I'm going to save $1.30. And there's always that option, I think. But this entire system on a global scale is that way. You know, you go to anywhere in the world and you can find Coke and Pepsi, and they go in and they make sure that if there ever was a guy that made a local syrupy soda or something like that, man, he's gone. They get him out of the way, and then they start setting people up with distribution, and they start setting them up with, you know, with the vending machines, and then they pay them for it, and they get all these people hooked on it. And the next thing you know, you got a place, like, you don't have paved roads, but by goodness, you got Coke vending machines every 16 miles where people go in and get their Coke. You know, so I don't know if I'm like really making sense still, but like I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about where do we all derive our identity? You know, Mark, you said something I thought was just amazing, and then I really want to think more deeply about myself. And you know, it's like being identifying yourself as a person, as that man that the people you came from can be proud of, that the people you came from, you know, love and respect. It's like, that's super important. And like, I don't think I've been thinking about that enough lately. You know, it's like, if my grandma was alive today, would she be proud of what I'm doing? I think the answer is yes, but I think it deserves more examination. And my, you know, I think if we all kind of thought about that a little more, instead of thought about, you know, am I a Marlboro man? Or am I a Zippo man or a Bic lighter man? You know, it's like, no, how about I'm a man that my family that I've come from could be proud of. You know, I think that's a powerful way to change where we stand.
Or even
as individuals, you know.
Here.
Say again?
Right. Even my brothers here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, we're so proud of our service and just the presence that we had around each other that we can, we, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is deeper than anybody can imagine, you know, that wasn't in that barracks, you know. This is deep, you know, and you know what brought us close? Similarly, whether it's Black or Chinese or whoever, was the hardships that happened. You know, that was our foundation, was 136. When we went out to the Freeburg training area, we was going out there to deal with hardship. I mean, when we were, you know, when you were cold, you couldn't go back to the barracks. There was no getting out of it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, when we was in
you were sleeping, you wanted to go to sleep.
Yeah, like, you know, washing up out of a canteen, you know, and you know, I mean, we had.
You're about to get a cold hamburger patty and some cold corn, and you're going to get about 2 minutes to eat it. You're going to move out.
Yeah, and all of those hardships, you know, table 12, you know, running in that heat, you know, and not wanting to fall out, not wanting to not to be the guy that fell out, but just not wanting any of your brothers to fall out and wanting to make it up to that berm, you know, and just getting up there and you're behind your weapon, you can't even breathe, you know, and you're still trying to get rounds down range, targets are popping up, you know, and surviving those things, the pressure, you know, to make sure that you know, shot expert with all your weapon systems, a lot of pressure that we had to go through to be the best, you know, and then eventually we all got tested on those things that we had to learn, you know, at Sergeant's time on Thursday morning. So I think it's the same thing. And also too, I want to say something. People are brands. So when you say the Marlboro Man and you say like these consumable products, Kanye to me is a product. You know, he's not even a human anymore. Candace Owens is a product. You know, she represents something for a lot of people, Black and white, right? And Jay-Z is a product. DJ Khaled is a product. You know, what we need is we need to, you know, look at the people that are not built into products. You know, the regular guys like us. Why are veterans committing suicide for not getting the healthcare, you know, at the VA that they're supposed to get? You know, why are those guys not celebrated? You know, why is the, you know, the foster care system out of control right now? You know, but there's children with high IQs in there, and they're not getting that stepping stone, we're giving money to adults to sit around for years in apartments and get evicted at the end of it. So there was no learning, there was nothing gained. You just extended someone a year of the inevitable. But that same money could have gone to some child to send them to a charter school so that they could have wound up becoming a scientist or, doing something positive with it, right? So I just think that the government needs to step back and look at what we're doing with this funding. Yeah, the landlords might not like it, including me. Oh yeah, I mean, because the money is good when the government is paying you, it's coming. But if this is what I'm seeing is it's like I'm consuming people rather than housing them. I'm just putting them in for 12 months and then knowing that I'm going to throw them out after 12 months. That's not what I'm here for.
But
And
they're not entirely without a choice there, though, right? I mean, you're not bringing, like, they're not just like zombies. I mean,
they have a choice. They have a choice.
Zombies.
They have a choice. I just think that it goes back to the same thing I was saying about information coming to the hood. I think a lot of these people just don't have the impulse or knowledge or, they're not thinking the way me and you, all of us would think. If we got 12 months off, a reprieve from all of our debt, but we could still make money and it wasn't going to count against, the business that I would start in 12 months would be insane.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like I would do something different, but you give this reprieve to other people and they go home and they're playing Stray on the PS5.
Well, and see, that's kind of like addressing kind of at the heart of what I was trying to get at with, they don't see themselves as people who are, separated from those buying choices of, hey, I'm going to spend not just my money, but my time. Mm-hmm. I'm going to buy this PS2. I'm going to buy this game. That's my thing. That's what I'm into. And then, by the way, the people that I run with and identify with and talk to, they're that person too. And then sure enough, they're getting money's coming in and money's going out, but where's it going? It's going to the places that they've identified themselves to. I'm a gamer, or that when I do play a game, this is the game I play. Oh, you a Call of Duty guy? No, I'm a Battlefield guy. It's like all these consumable products, and it's, again, which are not necessary for survival. None of these things are necessary to live. So where does it all come from? Where does all the surplus wealth, like you're talking about, like there's all this money to funnel into the hands of people who would turn around and just literally spend it on a video game and pay for a cable connection or an internet connection and spend all their time playing games. We don't have money to build a better school. We don't have money to really bring in high-tech current 2022 information into some inner city schools where the knowledge is probably more needed than anywhere. Like, how do we not allocate? Because I don't think that there's an interest, because I think the people in that inner city are also monetized into an identity, just like the video gamers I monetized into an identity, and nobody's telling anybody, hey man, that isn't really who you are. That's, I mean, we don't even, like, how many people out there even understand what they're really truly capable of? Now you guys do, the veterans, of course. We've been tested, like you said, we've expanded our identities. We've expanded who we are, what we stand for, what's important to us, what matters, what are we willing to sacrifice for? What are we willing to give up in order to support? And that's not, I don't think, a common thing. I think across the board, the majority, the common person doesn't give it a whole lot of thought. And I think they see themselves in all these different products, all these different brands as to what they are. That's the answer to who they are. It's like I said, well, I'm a Chevy guy, or I'm a Ford man. I'm a city guy. I live in the city. Hey, I'm a country guy. I live in the country. All these different identities that are foisted on us, but for the purpose of profit.
Well, like Bush was showing us earlier that we'll be happy in our poverty, right? And I see that happen every day. I see people that they go, oh, I might not have this, that, and the other, but I'm happy, but they're getting evicted. They don't have a credit score, and and but you know, they're happy. They sit around and they outnumber. That used to happen to me a lot in my circles because I'm not biased against people. So I would have, you know, I'd be around, you know, different people. I didn't care how much money you made if he was a friend of mine, you know. So I go to a barbecue and, you know, us adults would get to talking. And then I would notice yet again, here I am outnumbered again by all of these people that, you know, they feel they have more validity in their message because they outnumber me. You outnumber me because none of you have a credit score. You outnumber me because none of you can get a credit card or buy a new couch, you know, or maybe, you know, this TV down here or that thing. And oh no, you know, you doing all of that, but we have, you know, so it's like they're feeding into that. Look what the video games companies, you say, where that money going to? It's going to somebody at the top of a big giant pyramid, right?
Yeah.
And
Exactly. And there's so many pyramids everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is crack era, like the 80s all over again. They'd sell these loot boxes where the children are signing up with their parents' credit cards. And, you know, now you bought this Godzilla, but now you get to buy the red one and the green one, and you can't get it in the game, you know. So now you're spending all of this money so you can have these items in the game. You don't even have to go and work for these things anymore. You can like buy the sword digitally now, and then you can stand around and everybody can go, "Oh, look at that! Let me touch that." So,
downloadable content we're talking about, right? DLC.
Yeah, they have these loot boxes. Like, so, like, for example, Call of Duty. You know, you get this weapon, the AR-15, but if you want to get the fruity loopy colored one, you can't get it in game by earning it. You got to go spend $50, you know. And then so by the time I think this new game just came out, this is Beholder's Gate, where people have spent $80,000 and trying to get certain specific special loot that's randomized, and they didn't get it. And it's just robbing people. And I think it killed the Star Wars game. They had a Star Wars online game, I think, that died because of it. Because parents, it was a backlash because all of these kids were just coming home. Oh, mommy, I need this, or daddy, you know. And once you sign the credit card up, you just, the impulse is, oh, I didn't get it. I'm gonna go back in and spend another 50.
We were talking about this the last show. It's unfair because if you pay for this digital downloadable content, you should be able to own that material, right, for the rest of your life. If I spend $80,000, right, I want to own that, and make money possibly off it later on. So that's where we're heading, hopefully, ideally, right? Gentlemen, this has been a very spirited discussion. They were supposed to be lighthearted. I don't know how.
That was the lighthearted part, wasn't it? Wasn't that the lighthearted part?
I don't know, man. We racial stuff, you know, for me, it's you know, it's very, you know, two opposite ends of the spectrum, and we're trying to make sure all sides are heard, right? So it has potential to get pretty hot and heavy. But great job, Mark. Great insights. David, great insights. Mendez, you have anything you want to add, sir?
Sure. Let me be the devil's advocate on this conversation, man. Let me.
All night, Mendy. We know once you get going.
Let me get another night. So I just got all the points. There you go. Hold on. What? What? Okay, got it. Anyway, everybody hit the point on it. I think with the issue with Kay and Candace. Yes, I think it is, like you guys said, a product view. I think the strategy, as the marketing strategy wise, I would say it made its point. What I mean by that is it got people to talk on it. It got the people to talk on it, and people are going to divide different ways. People are going to start building their own different ways on it. But it's going to go like what you guys saying and what we talked earlier, the 3 levels of government on it. It's going to go to that lowest level. It got to start at that local community. You know what I mean? And not forgetting where you came from. Like, I'm a big advocate about that. I don't forget where I came from because I don't want to go back to it. But yeah, what am I doing to myself to provide that? What am I giving back to my community on it? Could it be my past community where I came from, my current community where I'm at right now, or both on it? And I think the best thing is knowledge on it. A lot of, and like what you were saying earlier, Colin, you talking about the part of the books, different areas, different books, and made me realize when I was growing up, the books that I had also, we learned a different type of history than what we learned in the States side when I moved to the States on it. And it's very critical in the point of view is that what are we doing ourselves to plant that seed on it? Because at the end, what happened in the past, we got to remember, point blank, because we don't want to repeat that history again. You know, we got to learn from the mistake from our past and keep moving forward on it. So what are we doing ourselves in that way to continue moving forward on it? A lot of people think that we have to go back to what we were and continue that same cycle. I don't believe in that same cycle. I believe learning from that cycle and creating a whole different new cycle. We all here, we're experienced of that. You know what I'm saying? We all came from different backgrounds. We are we're a different zip code than when we started from. You know what I'm trying to say? At the end of the day, we're all in a different zip code than where we started from. We want to continue moving that forward. So my people look at us differently. They, oh, what do you think? XYZ? Because when I have people ask me before, you think you're better? And that's people from my past. People that I grew up with, and they're still in the same hole they're in right now. Oh, you think you're better than me? I'm like, dude, it's not my fault. You think you're less. You know what I'm trying to say?
Where they at, Mendez?
Yeah, and the thing is, that's the truth though. I had a friend of mine that he's like, yeah, I haven't seen you in 22 years, man. I didn't know you left the city. If you didn't see me in 22 years,
come out of your hole.
And we have the same friends in common. Most likely, I'll move forward and keep doing things on it. You know what I'm trying to say? But in the same way, it's like, what are we doing? I'm very big in that part. I like going into when it comes to any type of organization within the community that it has an outreach to people, not only because of the military side of the house, but also within. I like people to ask questions, and I want to learn from the community because I want to know that mentality that's there right now. To one thing, say, hey, because guess what? My daughter, in the next 10 or 15 years, she's the one dealing with that community on it. So I want to make sure that she's prepped for that stuff on it. You know, we all made our fight to be on it. And I know the struggle that at least both of you guys went through in the military, because I seen what it was, white and black.
Oh, yeah.
And now we lived it. I know. I saw how you got pushed down plenty of time, Bush. I saw Mark plenty of time. We had a lot of talk, people we had with us on the whole level. How many times I was hiding behind the tree over there because I was gonna get slammed dunk from other stuff on it. I had to go get my little Latin crew to be able to come together and get that support channel.
Locos.
You know what? I tell you this. I know Mendez experienced a lot of the things that we experienced because he immediately connected with the brothers when he came to the unit. You know, he connected. Mendez was very mature and professional, but he definitely connected with us. You know, and he was a good friend. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. You've seen a lot of the stuff.
You know the main difference, I think, or one of the struggles within the community, the African American community, is the fact that we don't necessarily have a community the way that the Latinos stick together and they band together, and that was done intentionally to break up our unity and our ability to, progress. We look at Black Wall Street and some of the African American towns that were blatantly destroyed. So there's a lack of a sense of community. And this goes back to a question I meant to ask you earlier, Mark. How do you, as a business person, you speak of networking, right? Of course, I think where you come from helps you, but also just being a New Yorker and where we come from, and we don't trust a whole lot of people, right?
It's very hard. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's very hard. That's why and we're dying at a young age, and people that I was very close to out here already have died twice. That's happened. It's very sad. You know what I'm saying? We have a very short life expectancy in even these environments. You know what I'm saying? I think I've lost at least 3 Black friends out here. And one died alone in the hospital. Another one just died of cancer. And another one, I don't know what happened to him. The word was suicide. I don't know. It's just we're so used to consuming each other is the problem. So it's very hard to network. And then it's crazy because I'm expected to give a different preference, like the preferential treatment when one of us comes through. And I stopped that dead immediately. I've actually had my own, brothers and sisters turn on me just because they came to, you know, they thought that, oh, they were going to get a deal or they were
Right,
going to, no,
right.
not going to get
This is
that here. And
business. This is
yeah,
business.
our mentality, we have to change how we think. So I'm always on guard because I know what it was like. You know, when we grew up in the hood, you went to the playground, you didn't know you might get jumped. You know, you might get shot. Like, you know, you didn't just go and play. You played, but you always had one eye open watching your surroundings, you know? And so even when I came out here, you know, my friends were like, yo, you don't have to be that way anymore. You know, like, cause I still was reacting to cars slowing down, you know, that, you know, like why that car slow down, you know, and you always prepared for some action, you know? So I had to get used to this environment not being that type of environment. Because my own people, we have damaged ourselves. We've damaged our own people. And even in the military, we've damaged ourselves. We say we're sticking together, but you seen what happened in the military. I mean, we had times in the military, we couldn't believe what was happening, you know, so.
And I think a lot of that infighting comes from the external pressure, the reference of systematic oppression that some believe exists, some believe don't exist, right? To each his own. You know, but you know, as a community, we can only get better, right? We can only, and I think, you know, having these discussions is helpful.
Yeah, I think it's, well, and just to be, you know, take those things. Like I'm wired different. Like there's people that'll go out and commit suicide for the things that actually give me energy. You know, it's weird. It's not saying that I'm stronger or better than that person. I just feel like when you tell me I can't do something, I go, really? Well, let me see. You know, and so I go out. I'm fueled by
like the challenge.
Yeah, it's just like when you come at me, it's a challenge. Like I'm like a little puppy that just seen a doggy treat. I'm ready to jump in.
Right.
And there's people that, you know, when they get challenged, they shut down. And so I see that happen with a lot of people. And that goes back to when you see these brothers and sisters that are riding that card, you know, because they've already shut down. They've already agreed with the narrative. I don't agree with the narrative. You know, hey man, let's go. You said I can't own real estate. I own real estate. Or you said I only own one business. Next summer I'm at two.
Let me ask you this: do you think that earlier discussion involving Kanye West that he can kind of fit into that category as far as not narrative?
Yeah, he can fit into it. The only problem is that he's more capable than me to see. If I had his money, I could show him in a day. On day one, you know, when the president say day one, this is what's happening. Let me get $6 billion tomorrow. I'll change Chicago for real. You know what I'm saying? Like you give me $6 billion. If I was a native of this city, I'll change this city. You see what I'm saying? These white people out here not changing this city for these white people. You know what I'm saying? They get money.
Do you really think that though, Colin? Do you really think that I do believe what you're saying, an investment into a community, yes, but would it be able to change that culture mentality within the community? I'm talking about, for example, my experience from my heritage, right? My people on it. I can tell you right now that there will be a lot of them that will get stopped because they don't want that. Not necessarily they don't want the other person to come into that specific environment and provide that change. And I had that issue. For example, I had a kid from Honduras that I was helping him out with mentoring. Guy, he started his own little business, got his money to get a car, and he got told, you will be fired from the work site if you buy that car. You will not drive to work with it. You will always go with us. And the kid left his business because his community around him didn't want him to exceed. And that for me was a big, and this is Latinos with Latinos.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say? And for me, that was a big culture shock that I'm like, yo, you will not help each other out. And it came out to me that I brought a bunch of people who went door by door talking to people.
I'll tell you this. You know why? You know why he was told not to drive that car? He was told not to drive that car because you didn't buy 6. See, what happens is it's a crab in the barrel mentality. If I come and I go to the hood and I buy everybody on that block a car, oh yeah, they're going to take that car. But if I come to the block and I choose 3 kids out of 12 kids and say, I got enough for 3 kids to go to college, the crab in the barrel mentality comes in again because we're trained to consume each other. You know, oh, well, why did he get picked for that? Or why did you see what I'm saying? So when Kanye comes in with when I come in with $6 billion, I go into an area and I say, okay, listen, I'm not even going to play these games. I'm not going to do the Elon Musk thing where he was talking about he could feed the world if somebody else made a decision. You got that money. You know what I mean? Like you worried about buying Twitter, and you really could change the world, bro. You really could go in and flip a country in Africa, you know? So the thing is that, no, I would come in and I would immediately talk to the heads of the city and say, okay, what do we got to do? I'm tired of hearing it. Just like, I'll use Altoona, for example. They say there's nothing to do out here. There's no skate parks. There's no this, no that. Okay. All right. Let's sit down with the founding fathers or whoever's talking, whoever's in office right now, and let's stop playing games. This is what I'm willing to put up, because Kanye is making residual cash. So whatever he spend this year, first of all, it's going to be a write-off, and he's going to make it back anyway. You're not losing no money. You see what I'm saying? I can go on any block in this city and buy every kid a pair of sneakers, right? I can do that, right? It because of the type of business that I'm in. I can, you know, give me a month or two and I could find me a block here, every kid get a pair of sneakers, right? So that's where you start making the difference. But then you got to teach people along the way as well, you know? So I think it's possible. I just think that they're saying things because Kanye gets a lot of backlash from the community. So I feel like when he says some of these things, it's almost like he's responding to the other celebrities that have been slamming him over time, and he's bitter, he's resentful because of it.
He's upset, absolutely.
Yeah, he's jaded because of it. You know, he hears those things that are said. You know, like when he went on there, oh, Jay-Z, I know you could get me killed. I don't send shooters for me, please. You know, because Jay-Z didn't show up to the wedding and all that, you know, and he started having those meltdowns and stuff. He really takes it personal. I feel like I identify with Kanye as a Gemini, you know what I'm saying? And I'm very passionate about things. So I know what he feels in those moments. I just think that he's lost control, you know, because of the money. Like Michael Jackson lost control because of the money. I think Michael Jackson would be alive today, you know, if he didn't get so far ahead of himself that he wasn't willing to listen to people around him. Kanye, who is going to tell Kanye to shut up? Nobody. He makes so much money. He could stop you. Jay-Z could stop you from, like, if I wanted to put an album out tomorrow and Jay-Z knew I was coming for his neck, he could stop me from ever putting that album out. Young Buck, when he tried to put out that music on YouTube, 50 had the cease and desist put out, and it stopped it. Remy Ma put out that song dissing Nicki Minaj, and it was on YouTube, and then a day later it was gone. Luckily, I have it already because I downloaded it, right? But that song disappeared. You see what I'm saying? Because Nicki Minaj, she's in the game at this point. She can just stop you from eating. You see what I'm saying? So that's the problem that I think that we have, is just, you know, Kanye is very angry. More so, it's not so much about what the fans are saying. It's because when Jay-Z makes a comment, that's punch. When 50 Cent makes a comment, he's got 12 million followers, that's punch. You see what I'm saying? It hits hard, it hits different. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, I think it's resentment. It's not going to change nothing for him. He's a billionaire. That's why I don't even care what he says, because it's not like anything's going to change him. You know what I mean? He's going to be who he is, but he's a billionaire. How do we affect that?
Thank you, sir, for your God-given insights and perspectives. You pulled no punches as usual. You haven't changed. Same mark, you know, from 20 years ago, and it has made you the man that you are today. Right? We appreciate you. David, thank you, sir, for your insights as well. And Mendez, thank you for your insights. Gentlemen, it's been off about 5 hours or more. Do you believe that?
Wow.
Can you believe that?
I already said that in the last video that I did, the live video. I was like,
but it's been spirited discussion, and
it never, yeah.
Absolutely. You know, so this is the point of the show. Anybody have any soldier stories they like to tell? We won't take a whole lot of time, but if you have anything, that, might bring, I guess, a laugh to the audience, or, I know Mark, you was talking about your beer and combat with the time and overseas, right? All right, there you go. I'm gonna have a beer next time too. I got one. I just didn't put
I'll
more.
bring mine. I'll go get mine out of the shop. I'll bring him down.
Yeah,
you
all
got
right.
right.
Do a bear shack on next time. They're bear shack.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, let's say
I
say
actually have 2 bears.
You got 2 bears.
Yeah, but one bear I actually got when I was a baby. Like my father bought it from Fort Bragg
Okay.
when he was in the military, and it had a parachute in the back of it, and it's got
Airborne.
the green.
I was about to say.
Yeah, and I still have it. It's in the other office, so yeah.
We need to see it next time, Mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it out next time. Yeah, it had a beret. It actually, I think it was a green. It was a paratrooper. So it had like the burgundy beret, and it had the green uniform. It's been 1,000 years, so now it doesn't have a parachute anymore. It's vintage at this point, but and they don't make bears with green army uniforms on anymore. So
plus he's had a few knee surgeries too, right?
oh yeah, quite a few of those. Quite a few of those.
All right, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and we're gonna forego the conversation on stocks at this point, right?
Yeah.
Eschatology is the study of end time things. We kind of talked about that.
Listen, if we go any longer, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg gonna be in Bush's inbox trying to charge,
Right. Well, what we got to do before we get out of here? We got to thank the Lord above, right? Anybody want to lead the prayer, and then we'll have the invitation to receive Christ. Anybody? David, you said you want to.
I can, sure.
Please, if you would, sir.
Heavenly Father, we come to you grateful for the gift of life and grateful for the gift of brotherhood of these brothers dwelling in unity, Lord. We thank you for today. We thank you for tomorrow, for your plans, and to your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And again, the whole point, one of the main points of what we do is to support veterans and, get that camaraderie going again, right? That a lot of us are missing since we left service. But we also, without question, are here to point individuals towards Jesus Christ. If you don't know the Lord, right, ask him to open your eyes and your ears. Ask him to provide you with the conviction that he is who he says he is, as far as coming to the earth in the form of man, dying on the cross, resurrecting after 3 days and going to heaven and paying a price for us to have a relationship with God again. So if you don't know the Lord again, all you can do is ask him to open up your eyes and ears and ask him to impart the Holy Spirit. Read the Bible. If you have any questions or comments, by all means, reach out to any one of the brothers dwelling in unity, and we will do our best to provide those answers to any questions about the faith that you might have. Again, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, and I respect and appreciate each and every one of the insights and God-given perspectives, no matter, how different, or how passionate we may have, come across, right? We're not here to agree, right? We're not an echo chamber as we've been accused of being in the past, right? But, again, when we have those different perspectives and we all come together, it's a piece of the picture that is brought to the table, and it allows for a more well-rounded picture to be formed, right? So that, now we can see the picture clearly. We all may have different angles and different visions that we bring to the table, but again, once that picture is brought to the table, it's formed, we understand the big picture a lot more clear. And grateful for that. That's our show. That's season 4, episode number 2 of the Brothers Dwelling in Unity. And we're on next week. We're going to be a lot more consistent over the coming weeks, and we're going to try to do one every Friday. So, we're going to increase, and what the world needs it, to be honest with you. they need to hear about the things that we're talking about, right? We talked about cryptocurrency, how to combat. There we go. That's a big Godzilla there, brother. Goodness gracious. That's a, that thing is huge.
Wow. Wow.
Is that the actual guys? We see you over there too, Mendez. We got you, brother. No, but Jim, a great dialogue tonight. We'll do it again next Friday, God willing, and be safe. And if you need anything, a phone call away. I trust the same is extended on your end. David, we're coming down. You're gonna get the crawfish going, right?
Yes, sir.
We're on the way, brother. We're on the way, brother.
And the catfish, the crawfish, all the fish.
Absolutely. Great time tonight, gentlemen. Thanks again. Let's do it again next week.
Absolutely. All right. You guys
Anybody have any? I'm sorry. Pardon me. Any parting thoughts? Any final thoughts? Let's take it around.
Step your bear game up.
Hey, I got caught slipping.
Yeah, you showed up. You didn't bring your bear, so yeah. You got to tell Billy that you got to show up with his now.
Will do. Your Bill was under the weather today, but he'll be here next week. God willing, right?
Yeah, get Sergeant Jack on here.
Yeah. We're gonna get everybody. A lot of smack talk, right? A lot of fun. Always a good time.
Yeah. We got to get Sean Poole on here too.
Oh, that's good. That'll be it, man. That'll be it.
We got to get Poole on here.
Absolutely.
You got to get him on here one night when Jack.
I've seen Poole over the years. One time, I guess when I first got to Georgia in 2014, I went and saw Bolden. Bolden stayed not too far away from where I stayed. And Poole happened to be over there, so got to see Poole and the family. Him and his wife. Good times. Still same guy.
Right. We got to get on it. What was that? Was it Sergeant Adams?
Adams.
What I'm talking about, Mendez. You remember Sergeant Adams?
I know who you're talking about too. The guy that had an accidental discharge in the bowling alley.
Was it? Did he have an accidental discharge?
Yeah, he had an ND at the bowling alley on Bandit Island or something, I think.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Whatever happened to
he gave me
first class Medina?
He gave me a referred evaluation because when I was in his platoon, we went to war, right? In front of Sergeant First Class Walker. And that's why they moved me to second platoon, right? Yeah. Because I said, Sergeant Walker, I can no longer trust Sergeant Adams. I just don't respect him anymore. He's racist. I played the card.
What about Sergeant Bertrand? Remember him from Kosovo? Sergeant Bertrand. He was a big white guy, had glasses on. He kind of like popped in the unit, but he used to wear his LB. He used to always have the funky LB that was pulled all the way up. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to. You gonna make me pull out the book? I have to pull out the book and remind you.
So many years, my brother. So many years.
Some people were characters in that, and I guess some people weren't, so they kind of filtered in. They kind of feel like was it Bowens? Remember Bowens?
Yeah.
Bowens from Boston, Massachusetts. He was from Boston. Black, right? We called him Black. We used to call him Black Nasty.
From New York City, right? New York.
Yeah,
right?
No, he was from Massachusetts. He was from Boston.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but he was like he was like the Tupac guy. Yeah. Yeah, I got pictures of these guys, man. Like I remember.
You need to get that video out. Still waiting.
Yeah. I got it. You know what? Actually, since you guys are the tech guys, because I got the video from Kosovo, and it's got like 2 hours of footage. But I got to get it. It's on a VHS cassette, so I need to transfer it to digital. Because I got that. I got the skit with Greenwood in it and Sergeant Zadra. I got all of that. I got the R&R, I got all of that. I got patrol.
All right.
Yeah.
You gotta do that.
Yeah. So you guys would know what I need to do. I guess I gotta send it somewhere.
Right. We'll make it happen.
I
We're
think
gonna
you could do it in house or whatever, but I think you got to send it to a company or there's some way that people do it. Because honestly, I don't want the tape to be ruined. I want to get it off of there and transfer it before it becomes the tape is ruined. It's still safe.
Absolutely. Wake up, Mendez. Wake up, man. God bless you. Have a great week. We'll get this put up on the Brothers Dwelling Unity Facebook page, right? God bless you.
All right, fellas.
All right.
Y'all have a good night.
Blessings. Take care.
Great
I'm not watching no movies tonight.
All
right, now.
Find something to do, you know. My brother.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, now.
All right.